Chapter 592. Chen Fengxiao continued. The Valley Orchid evening refinement has been around for many years, so the sect basically knows which areas are safe and which are dangerous. The places that we go to are basically fixed, and the route that we take is also fixed. Coupled with the escort of the outer disciples, although there is still the danger of being attacked by ferocious beasts, the danger is a lot smaller. Of course, even so, every time we come out of the canyon, the disciples of the Pill Repository Hall will more or less suffer casualties. That year when I participated in the Valley Orchid evening refinement, I was also attacked by a group of wild boars on the way into the canyon. The group was scattered, and many disciples were bitten by the wild boars. More than 10 of them were seriously injured and never made it out. I was lucky to know a little martial arts. Moreover, I followed closely behind the outer disciples, so I was not injured at all. However, this is still considered good. I heard that once when we entered the canyon, the disciples of the Heavenly Earth Hall were unlucky enough to encounter a group of wild wolves. Even the outer disciples were not spared and all of them lost their lives. So serious. Zhong Xiaohua was flabbergasted. It's just a group of wild beasts. Even the outer disciples can't deal with them. Even if they can't beat them, they can at least run away with their qinggong. Junior brother Ren, you don't know that the wild beasts in the Valley Orchid Grand Canyon are not like the ones you usually see. Many of them have a deep understanding of human nature, and almost all of them have become spirits. My qinggong was not good, so when I encountered a wild boar, I could only dodge it. Wild boars are like this, not to mention the ferocious wolves. The martial arts of the outer disciples are profound. Since they are buried in the belly of the wolves, there is no need to talk about us disciples. After saying this, Chen Fengxiao sighed and said, however, as long as you can come out of the canyon, the hall's rewards are also generous. Therefore, the disciples of the Grass Division both love and hate this Valley Orchid evening refinement. Seeing Chen Fengxiao change the topic again, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but remind him, then how did senior brother Lu and the others train? Hearing Zhong Xiaohua's question, Chen Fengxiao was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, the outer sect disciples escorted us to the designated area, and then they left us. They also have to go to the designated trial area. Their trial method is to kill wild beasts. The more wild beasts they kill and the fiercer they are, the more points they get. As for which area they are in, what wild beasts they kill, and how the points are calculated, I don't know. I only heard this from the outer sect disciples who went with me last time. You two are friends who have gone through life and death together. Why didn't you ask more when you came back? Zhong Xiaohua smiled. Sigh, it's a pity that even though this senior managed to avoid the wild boar and bring us to our destination, I heard that he encountered a venomous snake during the trial and was poisoned to death. I didn't even see his corpse. Zhong Xiaohua was a little surprised and said, don't tell me he didn't even bring the antidote pill with him. Of course we have the antidote pill. It's just that the pill we refined isn't strong enough and its medicinal power is limited. It might not be enough to detoxify the poison. I see. Zhong Xiaohua nodded. In her mind, she thought of the antidote pill in the hands of the Tenri sect's Qin Shiyu. She wondered if the Tenri sect's pill would be effective. Therefore, she asked, then, before Zhong Xiaohua could speak, Chen Fengxiao waved his hand and said, Junior brother Ren, I see that you are interested in the outer sect disciples' trial. However, I don't know about this. The outer sect disciples have always been proud and don't interact much with us ordinary disciples. If you want to know about this, you can ask junior brother Lu. Zhong Xiaohua slapped her forehead. Of course, why would she ask Chen Fengxiao instead of the outer sect disciples? Old consecrator Lei and the others were also talking to Lu Lihong about the Valley Orchid evening refinement in the past. Zhong Xiaohua found an excuse and asked, Senior brother Lu, I want to ask how the outer sect disciples train. Lu Lihong smiled with interest and said, Junior brother Ren, are your hands itching and want to test your skills in the Valley Orchid? Old consecrator Lei smiled and said, Martial nephew Ren's martial arts aren't bad. However, he just entered the fragrant religion and is still young. I reckon that he won't be able to enter for the next 10 years. Let's talk about it later. Wu Zhoushu, on the other hand, said with jealousy, after 10 years, there will always be a chance to enter. Unlike our pill department, we don't even have the qualifications to enter the valley. Chen Fengxiao also walked over and said, it's fine if you don't enter the valley orchid. Otherwise, your pill department will be like our grass department, always losing disciples. That's why we have to search for medicine apprentices from the outer sect every few years. Zhong Xiaohua suddenly understood. No wonder they had to bring 10 medicine apprentices from Rejuvenation Valley every 2 years. This might be one of the reasons. Wu Zhoushu disagreed, forget it. Our pill department's disciples are all envious of your grass department for having such a big opportunity. Although it's somewhat dangerous, how can there be a big return without a big investment? If junior brother Lu didn't coincidentally pick that spiritual grass in the valley orchid, how could he have obtained the inner sect's inner sect cultivation method? If it wasn't for this cultivation method, how could junior brother Lu have succeeded in cultivating it and passed the assessment to enter Wooming Hall? Of course, junior brother Lu's talent is outstanding. This goes without saying. In the past, there were disciples who obtained the inner sect cultivation method but didn't succeed in cultivating it. Without this inner sect cultivation method, wouldn't junior brother Lu have to delay entering the outer sect for many years? Seeing that Wu Zhoushu was talking about him, Lu Lihong quickly smiled and said, aren't we talking about the Valley Orchid evening refinement? How did it involve me? That year, I was just lucky. Zhong Xiaohua asked curiously, what kind of spiritual grass did senior brother Lu encounter? It's actually called a spiritual grass. Lu Lihong said, this isn't a secret. The brothers in the hall all know that it's just a 300-year-old ginseng. 300 years old. Zhong Xiaohua was a little surprised. The ginseng itself is nothing. It's just that its age is frightening. However, it just so happened that an inner sect master was injured and needed this ginseng. That's why it was taken by an inner sect disciple. If it was normal, there might not be any future opportunities. Lu Lihong said modestly. Then what is the inner sect cultivation method that senior brother Lu obtained? Zhong Xiaohua asked curiously. Don't blame me for not telling you. It's just a complete version of our fragrant religion's ordinary martial arts cultivation method. Complete version? Zhong Xiaohua was even more confused. Chen Fengxiao saw this and said, in our pill expansion hall's library, other than the records of herbs and pills, there are also martial arts cultivation methods. However, those are the most basic ones. The later cultivation methods are in the Wooming Hall and even the inner sect. Junior brother Lu is very lucky and obtained a complete set of inner sect cultivation methods. Oh, so that's how it is. Zhong Xiaohua understood. The fragrant religion did not forbid ordinary disciples from practicing martial arts. It was just that they could only practice the simplest martial arts, which was the first level of fragrant religion's martial arts. Only the outer sect disciples of the Wooming Hall could practice more advanced martial arts. As for the higher-level martial arts cultivation methods or top-level martial arts cultivation methods, only the inner sect disciples were qualified or had the aptitude to practice them. Lu Lihong coincidentally obtained a complete set of martial arts cultivation methods. Not to mention that it was given by the inner sect, it wouldn't be bad. Even if it was a middle-level inner sect cultivation method, as long as one practiced it to the highest level, one would be an important figure in the Wooming Hall. No wonder Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu valued Lu Lihong so much. However, seeing that Lu Lihong had practiced this inner sect cultivation method for so many years and his inner sect was not as high as young Master Long of the Longting Villa, either Lu Lihong's aptitude was limited or the inner sect cultivation method was not good enough. Zhong Xiaohua was not interested in asking more. Thus, he continued, senior apprentice brother Lu still hasn't told little brother about the outer court disciples trial. Although little brother can't participate in the orchid evening refinement, he is still very curious about this trial. Lu Lihong laughed and said, junior brother Ren is really interesting. I remember that when I came back from the Orchid Grand Canyon, all the medicine boys from the Rejuvenation Valley who came to the fragrant religion pestered me to ask about the scenery and fun things in the canyon. Only you are interested in the outer sect disciples trial. You are really a strange person, Tilda. Zhong Xiaohua was surprised and said seriously, I only have this little secret and it was seen through by senior brother Lu? It seems that senior brother Lu is also a strange person. When Zhong Xiaohua said this, everyone was surprised at first, then they all held their bellies and pointed at Zhong Xiaohua and laughed. I didn't expect junior brother Ren to be so humorous. Rare. Seeing her senior brothers and several old consecrators laughing, Zhong Xiaohua unconsciously touched her nose and also laughed. She thought, why is it so hard to tell the truth? No one actually believes me. After everyone finished laughing, Lu Lihong said, the outer sect disciples' trial is to hunt and kill ferocious beasts. This is a secret, but the method of accumulating points is a secret in the hall. Actually, it has been a secret for so many years, but all the older disciples know about it. Today, seeing junior brother Ren being so humorous, I will also roughly explain it. Actually, the old consecrators should know more than me. Old consecrator Lei smiled and said, we also heard a lot about it from hearsay. It's not as detailed as you, a real outer sect disciple. Alas, that's not necessarily true. These detailed methods of accumulating points can only be explained by senior brothers after the qualification for the trial is confirmed. What I know is just hearsay. Lu Lihong's tone was a bit lonely. Old consecrator Lei and the others didn't answer. Nonsense, these methods of accumulating points are the Wooming Hall's business. If Lu Lihong wasn't here, they would have said it. After all, it is a secret that the disciples of the aroma religion will know sooner or later. But now, the outer sect disciple is right in front of them. If you talk about his so-called secret in front of him, isn't it the same as slapping his face? After thinking for a moment, Lu Lihong said, the disciples who have entered the Yulan Grand Canyon know that there are many wild beasts in the canyon. The common ones are wild boars, antelopes, deer, etc. The uncommon ones are wolves, tigers, leopards, vipers, etc. Oh, there is also the legendary yellow wind and black lightning. Yellow wind? Black lightning? Zhong Xiaohua curiously asked. The yellow wind is a legendary wasp. What is black lightning? -3. Chapter 593. When he heard Zhong Xiaohua say, wasps are legendary, Lu Lihong knew that he had misunderstood. He smiled and said, this wind is the wind from Gale. Hey! Yellow wind? Zhong Xiaohua was immediately interested. She asked, what is that? Senior Marshal Brother Lu, tell me quickly. Ha, I thought junior brother Ren wasn't interested in these things. It turns out that you're just a child. Zhong Xiaohua was exasperated. Ignoring the fact that he was already 18 years old, he forgot. He was pretending to be a 14-year-old young man. Even if he was 30 years old, wouldn't he be curious when he heard about the legendary yellow wind? Moreover, didn't her dear brother Ma Jing teach Zhong Xiaohua a good thing when they were at Huanxi Manor? When people were talking, he had to ask at the right time to raise their interest. Zhong Xiaohua was just following his advice. Just as she was feeling depressed, a few disciples came to report that they had finished calculating the bets. Old consecrator Lei took the results and looked at them. He smiled and said, Marshal niece Ren, there really are many disciples who bet on you winning. You've failed to live up to their pills. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, I was just lucky last time. This time, my martial arts are so different from senior Marshal Brother Lu's. How can I be an upset? They might as well give me the pills. At least I'll be grateful to them. Old consecrator Lei returned the record to the disciple and said, post this record in the courtyard and record everyone's points. We'll distribute the bets tomorrow. There won't be many for each disciple, so there's no need to worry. A few disciples took the order and left. A disciple of the pill department ran over and reported in a low voice, Dalang, the banquet is ready. Seeing this, Wu Zhoushu smiled and said, Junior Marshal Brother Lu, yesterday Head Chen of the Grass Department held a banquet for you. Today, my brothers of the pill department are holding a banquet to send you off and celebrate your victory. It just so happens that a few old consecrators are also here. Let's get to know each other. Hearing this, Lu Lihong showed a difficult expression and said, Thank you for your kindness, Wu Dalang. However, my senior brother only gave me 2 days of leave. I have to return to Black Tomb Peak tonight. If I don't leave now, I will have to delay my journey. However, Wu Zhoushu smiled and said, it's not easy for junior brother Lu to return to the Pill Expanding Hall, and it's also your first time coming to Tianmu Peak. Yesterday, head leader Chen was the host, and our Pill Division was the host. Today, our Pill Division is the host, and our brothers from the Grass Division are the hosts. Junior brother Lu, don't let your senior brother lose face. Then, he pulled Lu Lihong's hand and said, who doesn't know that junior brother Lu is an elite disciple of Wuming Hall? It was only a day late to the Black Tomb Peak, who could blame him? Let's go, let's go. The old consecrators have not attended a banquet for many years. It was not easy for them to agree today. Junior martial brother Lu, don't disappoint the old consecrators. Well, Lu Lihong was a little hesitant. Although there were rules in Wuming Hall, after all, the incense cult had been living a peaceful life for many years. It was inevitable that these rules would be neglected by the disciples. Asking for leave was also not a big deal. Even the head of the discipline might not really give up his face to punish someone for a day's delay. Moreover, there were several old consecrators here. They had been in the inner door for a long time, and Lu Lihong had never had a chance to get close to them. They did not show up at last night's banquet, which was a good indication. Now that there was a chance, Lu Lihong had no reason to give it up. After thinking for a while, Lu Lihong gritted his teeth and said, we will pass by Yefeng on the way. We might as well wait for Bai Yefeng to pay a visit to Vice Hall leader Shu. I heard that he has a good personal relationship with Vice Hall leader Peng of Wuming Hall. There should be no problem if he says a few words. Of course, even if there is no such reason, the old consecrators will still have to attend. Even if I have to take the risk of being punished by the head of the discipline, I will still have to drink a few cups of wine. Lu Lihong's words were pleasant to hear. The old consecrators were very satisfied and nodded with a smile. Wu Zhoushu was even happier. He held Lu Lihong's hand and said, then let's go. We can talk at the banquet. I still want to hear about junior brother Lu's heroic deeds in Wuming Hall. After he finished speaking, he invited the consecrators to go first while he pulled Lu Lihong behind them. Chen Feng smiled and called out to Zhong Xiaohua. They started to move forward. He opened his mouth and waved his hand. Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. What kind of person was this? She had asked a question, but no matter what, he couldn't give an answer. Now, he didn't even know what yellow wind and black lightning were. She wanted to turn back and ask Bai Huan. After all, he had also been to Yulan Grand Canyon. But after thinking about it, Lu Lihong had already given the old consecrator's face. Zhong Xiaohua thought about the bone condensation pill in the pill room. It had just been formed, so there shouldn't be any problems in a short period of time. She then thought about the wine at the banquet. She gritted her teeth and followed behind Chen Feng. The banquet was still held in the hall, but there were a lot more people. This time, consecrators Lei and the others were all present. Lu Lihong didn't seem to be sitting at the head of the table. The old consecrators had one seat at each table. Naturally, consecrators Lei sat at the head of the table. Lu Lihong accompanied him. Chen Feng and Wu Zhoushu also sat at the head of the table. Zhong Xiaohua originally didn't have the qualifications to sit at this table, but she had just made a bet with Lu Lihong. Even consecrators Lei thought highly of her, so she was called to sit at the end of the table. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, everyone drank until their faces were hot. They casually talked about some interesting stories in the cult. Even the Misty Hall was occasionally involved. Zhong Xiaohua listened attentively. However, although these people looked very respectable, in fact, they didn't know much in the cult of fragrance. They didn't know much about the Misty Hall and the Lingxiang Peak. After listening for a while, there wasn't any special information. Finally, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't bear it anymore. She stood up with a teacup and toasted Lu Lihong. She said, "Senior brother Lu, you're so rude. You stopped halfway. Why don't you tell me about the yellow wind and the black lightning while you're still drunk?" Lu Lihong drank the wine that Zhong Xiaohua toasted him. He nodded and said, "Actually, I really don't know what the yellow wind and the black lightning are. I think that even the few old consecrators who have been in the cult of fragrance for so many years shouldn't know. Old consecrator Lei nodded. That's right. These two are the most powerful beasts in the Yulan Grand Canyon. Any disciple who encounters them will lose their life. Therefore, no one knows what these two beasts are. Huh? Zhong Xiaohua curiously asked, since no one has survived from these two beasts, how do you know that these two beasts exist? You even named them Yellow Wind and Black Lightning? Hee. Although old consecrator Lei's words are somewhat careless, it is precisely so. Back then, not only the outer disciples and the disciples of the various halls, even the inner disciples would often inexplicably lose their lives. This matter attracted the attention of the cult leader. In the future trials, the most outstanding disciples of the inner sect would be sent out to find out the reason. As the saying goes, when a person walks by the river, how can his shoes not get wet? These two beasts had harmed the disciples many times, so they would always be encountered by the inner sect disciples. According to the outstanding disciples who paid with their lives that year, these two beasts were extremely fast and couldn't be seen clearly. One was like a gust of wind. As soon as it heard the sound of the wind, it would bite the throat and leave only a yellow shadow, so it was named Yellow Wind. As for the other one, it was as fast as lightning. Like a bolt of lightning, it would also cut the throat and leave only a black shadow, so it was named Black Lightning. These two ferocious beasts had killed countless disciples in the past, so much so that no one dared to enter the Yulan Grand Canyon to train. At that time, Lord Hierarch, several elders, and consecrators set out together to hunt these two ferocious beasts. Unfortunately, I heard that the two beasts were seriously injured, but they still managed to escape. Then, what kind of beasts are these Black Lightning and Yellow Wind? Everyone shook their heads. That year, the seniors who participated in this matter kept their mouths shut. How could others know? It's just that later on, these two beasts never appeared again. Perhaps they were seriously injured and died. It's also unknown. So it's like this. Zhong Xiaohua nodded. Perhaps they didn't die, but they learned a lesson and didn't dare to attack our trial disciples. It's very possible. These beasts all have spirituality. Perhaps they're hiding somewhere unknown. It's also because of this that the Yellow Wind and Black Lightning are shrouded in a mysterious aura. Then, what's going on with the trial for you outer sect disciples? Hehe, speaking of this trial, it's actually very simple. It's not as complicated as junior brother Ren thought. It's just like when we gambled a moment ago, the disciples below the stage were calculating points. It's just that winning the gambled battle gives you 1 point, while the outer sect disciples only get the corresponding points by killing a beast. Yes, I understand a little. However, the points for killing a tiger and a white deer should be different, right? Our ancestors divided the beasts in the Yulan Grand Canyon into 3 grades according to the strength of the beasts. The first grade is the most common ones, such as antelopes and white deer, which are worth from 1 to 5 points. The second grade is wild boars and hyenas, which are worth from 10 to 50 points. The third grade is wild wolves, tigers, lions, and so on, which are worth from 1 to 500 points. Every outer sect trial disciple must bring the proof of killing the beasts back to Wuming Hall. The hall master will specially arrange people to record the points. Then, how many points are needed to participate in the outer sect selection? Zhong Xiaohua was somewhat curious. This. Lu Lihong looked at Zhong Xiaohua and then at everyone. Seeing Lu Lihong hesitate, old consecrator Lei smiled and said, "If Marshal Nephew Lu is not convenient to say, then this old man will say it for you. Although this is a secret, it's a secret that everyone knows." Lu Lihong smiled and didn't speak. Old consecrator Lei said, "This point is 2,000. Ah! Zhong Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. So many. Doesn't that mean we have to hunt 4 tigers? Furthermore, who knows how many animals we have to kill in a single orchid dusk refining? -3. Chapter 594. Alas, Lu Lihong sighed, Wuming Hall's outer court disciples are numerous, and all of them want to enter the inner court. Therefore, the threshold for the outer court test naturally has to be higher, otherwise, there would be no point in selecting experts. Zhong Xiaohua mischievously laughed. Then, if one hunts 2,000 white deer or antelope, wouldn't one also qualify for the outer court test? Ha ha ha, everyone laughed. Lu Lihong said, although that is the case, whether or not there are 2,000 white deer or antelope in the entire Yulan Grand Canyon is another matter. He, even if you hunted 2,000 antelope, other people hunted ferocious beasts, how can you take out 2,000 antelope? Even if you were given the qualification to participate in the test, do you still have the face to participate? It's just a discussion, hey. Zhong Xiaohua embarrassedly said. Then, he continued to ask, if you obtain 2,000 points, you will be eligible to participate in the outer court test and select the disciples who are eligible to participate in the inner court test. I just heard senior brother Lu say that if you are lucky, you can directly qualify for the inner court test. What does this mean? This time, Lu Lihong no longer hesitated and said, as junior brother Ren said, to obtain the outer court test qualification, you still have to compete in order to obtain the inner court test qualification. However, if you can obtain 5,000 points in the trial, you can directly qualify for the inner court test, and you don't have to compete with other outer court disciples for the qualification. 5,000. Zhong Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Good, 10 tigers, you guys are really ruthless. Junior brother Ren hasn't been to the Yulan Grand Canyon, so he doesn't know that the tigers there are very fierce, definitely comparable to a martial arts master. Moreover, they are also very cruel. As long as they see people, they will certainly attack and bite them to pieces, eating them alive. But, if we don't disturb their peace, they may not. Without waiting for Zhong Xiaohua to finish, Lu Lihong interrupted him and said, but if they are not hunted, we can't qualify for the inner court test. Moreover, they are living in the Yulan Grand Canyon, eating a lot of other animals, such as deer and antelope. If we hunt the tigers, we can control their numbers and let them eat less weak animals. Zhong Xiaohua was speechless. Beside him, Wu Zhoushu softly asked, Junior brother Lu, I heard that in addition to the 5,000 points, there are several ways to directly qualify for the inner court test, is this true? This is true. Lu Lihong nodded and said, as I said, in addition to the usual fierce beasts, there are many other rare fierce beasts in the Yulan Grand Canyon. These fierce beasts are even more ferocious than tigers and lions. If an ordinary outer court disciple were to encounter them, their life would be in danger. For example, giant python, giant ape, etc. If you can hunt these fierce beasts, as long as you can kill one, you can advance to the inner court test. In addition, in the Yulan Grand Canyon, there are many heavenly treasures, all of which are hidden in difficult-to-find places. These places are abnormally dangerous, or guarded by extremely powerful fierce beasts. If you can pick these things, you can hand them over to the inner court for inspection. If you like them, you can directly advance to the inner court test. Is there anything else? Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but ask. These are not enough. Lu Lihong curiously said, no matter which of these two, it is incomparably difficult. Even the inner court disciples don't dare to try. Of course, according to the other senior brothers in the hall, there seems to be other ways, but their words were vague, so I didn't dare to ask. Perhaps when I obtain the qualifications for the Yulan Grand Canyon, I will naturally know. Good. Chen Fengxiao on the side slapped the table, raised his wine cup and said, then let us first toast to junior brother Lu, wishing that junior brother Lu can successfully obtain the qualifications for the Yulan Grand Canyon. Everyone laughed and said, as it should be. Lu Lihong also raised his cup. Let us borrow everyone's auspicious words. Come, cheers. Zhong Xiaohua got the answer she wanted, so she was happy in her heart, and raised her cup to pass off the fish eyes as pearls. This banquet was very lively, and it didn't disperse until the sky was about to turn dark. Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu wanted to keep Lu Lihong for the night, but Lu Lihong didn't dare to delay. He only said that he had to rush back to the White Mountain Peak first, and his heart would feel safe. Yang Yarrow also had to report back to the pill-spreading hall. Thus, everyone didn't force them to stay, and watched the two lead their horses down the mountain. Seeing that Zhong Xiaohua actually accompanied them to finish the banquet, Chen Fengxiao patted Zhong Xiaohua's shoulder and said, little brother, don't you feel that your senior brother Lu's martial arts are strong, and that is easy to get along with? Zhong Xiaohua shook his head and said, Senior Brother Lu is indeed my role model, but now that I'm a disciple of the Wuming Hall, I still feel that Head Chen is the one who's easy to get along with. Ha ha ha, Chen Fengxiao laughed, and pointed at Wu Zhoushu. Brother Wu and I were like your senior brother Lu, wanting to rush into the outer sect with endless faith, but the situation was stronger than us. Look at him, he's limitless in the outer sect, but what about us? Little brother, work hard on your cultivation. You lost to senior brother Lu today, but it doesn't mean anything. You're young, and your internal strength isn't outstanding, and your various conditions are much worse than Lu Lehong's. Of course, you've just come to the incense cult, so your foundation is much better than Lu Lehong's, but… Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. Why did he suddenly stop encouraging? She couldn't help but ask, but what? Wu Zhoushu sighed, that's your chance. Then he looked at Chen Fengxiao, and said, back then, Head Chen also went to the Yulan Grand Canyon, but unfortunately, he only picked some ordinary herbs, not even the old ones. Well, even the iron bone grass that Bai Huan gave you can't compare to it. Chen Fengxiao said with a lonely smile, Lu Lehong's Yulan Grand Canyon is a few hundred years old ginseng. It's fine if you said you picked the old ginseng, but it just so happened that the inner sect elder was seriously injured and urgently needed 100 years old ginseng, and the older the better. There are many 100 years old ginseng in the incense cult, but there aren't many that are hundreds of years old. If you can save the life of the inner sect elder, the reward must be rich. A complete internal strength cultivation method, just thinking about it makes me envious. Zhong Xiaohua's heart moved. Does the incense cult not have the normal internal strength cultivation method of the Jianghu? Well, there is, but it's all in the inner sect. Ordinary disciples like us can only practice the basic cultivation method of the incense cult. But what about my reckless bull force? Didn't I learn it from the outside? If I teach it to you, won't I be able to succeed? Little brother, you don't know that the medicine apprentices who enter the incense cult are all young. People like you are very rare, so there are very few people in the pill-expanding hall who know the external cultivation method. Oh, there are a lot of disciples in the weapon refining hall who practice other internal strength. However, there is a rule in the incense cult, that is, other than the disciples who have practiced the external martial arts, other disciples can't practice the martial arts of the incense cult. If they are found, they will be punished according to the cult rules. So it's like that. Zhong Xiaohua was a little confused, but she could only nod. So, little brother, if your whatever force is really so good, then you must practice it to the highest level. Look, you have already entered the sect and reached the highest level. You will definitely be able to fight against Lu Lehong. At that time, you will also have the qualifications to enter the outer sect. Oh, right, it's best if you have the confidence to go. This is an opportunity that every ordinary disciple only has once. Of course, if little brother is lucky, you will be able to guess the best spiritual grass in the orchid evening refinement 10 years later. You will probably be able to soar to the sky. Wu Zhoushu encouraged with a slightly sour taste in his mouth. Soar to the sky. Zhong Xiaohua smiled. What's the use of soaring to the sky if your foundation is not stable? Even if you enter the Wuming Hall like senior brother Lu, you still have to worry about the orchid evening refinement quota. It's better to be free and unfettered on Tianmu Peak. Ah! Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu were both surprised. Becoming an outer sect disciple was the goal of every knowledgeable, ambitious, and idealistic disciple of the incense cult. The two of them had been encouraging Zhong Xiaohua for half a day because they wanted him to have this mindset so that he would have a clear goal in his future cultivation. This guy, on the other hand, wanted to be free and unfettered. It was really a rotten wood that could not be carved. Therefore, Wu Zhoushu said earnestly, "Little brother, you have to have a long-term plan. You can't be like us and spend the rest of your life on Tianmu Peak, right?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled. "If I really become an outer sect disciple, what benefits will I get? The treatment will be better, you will have more martial arts to practice, and you will also have the opportunity to become an inner sect disciple." "Oh, then what about after I become an inner sect disciple? The treatment will be better too? There will be more martial arts to practice. And then, you will be able to go wherever you want." You will be able to lie on lingering fragrance peak and bask in the warm sunshine. Haha, Wu Dalang, can't I bask in the warm sunshine on our Tianmu peak right now? This. Wu Zhoushu did not know how to answer. Chen Fengxiao chuckled, Wu Dalang, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. He just lost to Lu Lihong today and is feeling uncomfortable. He is just here to find some feeling. Have you forgotten? He is the prospective son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley. Valley Master Nai's charming daughter is still waiting for him to return to the bridal chamber. This kid's motivation to improve is even more than Lu Lihong's back then. Of course. Wu Zhoushu slapped his forehead and smiled. I was fooled by this kid. All right, Headmaster Chen, let's drink a few more cups. I still want to drink more. That's what I was thinking. Let's go. Hey, little brother, are you still bringing a teacup to join in the fun with us? Ever since Zhong Xiaohua won a few gambling fights, defeated Zhu Shuming in Qinggong, and received Lu Lihong's affirmation today, even Wu Zhoushu had changed the way he addressed her. This little brother was no longer just a term that Chen Fengxiao used. -3. Chapter 595. Hearing Wu Zhoushu's greeting, Zhong Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, You two can go now. I still need to go back and practice martial arts. I also need to find a place to water this stomach full of tea. Hearing Zhong Xiaohua's words, the two didn't keep him and went back to the courtyard. Zhong Xiaohua looked at the back of the back and said to himself, how can a sparrow or swallow know the ambition of a swan? Then, he didn't hesitate and used his Qinggong to go to the top of Tianmu Peak. Inside the alchemy room at the top of Tianmu Peak, the medicinal liquid inside the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was still spinning as usual. The faint red lines were also constantly moving around without any abnormalities. Zhong Xiaohua relaxed and sent a few spells into the furnace. He sat cross-legged in front of the furnace and meditated to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Night gradually came and the night gradually deepened. While Zhong Xiaohua was practicing the Worry-Free Heart Sutra, endless starlight still passed through the furnace and joined the spinning of the pill. Far away, in an exquisite little house on Baiyu Peak, Vice Hall Master Shu of the Pill Tower Hall was sitting at the top and leisurely sipping tea. To his left, a person was sitting there respectfully. This person was Lu Lihong, who had just returned from Tianmu Peak. Looking at his current expression, he was humble and cautious as if he was facing his elders. It was far from the arrogance and warmth of Tianmu Peak. Seeing Lu Lihong's performance, Vice Hall Master Shu was very satisfied. After a while, he kindly said, Martial Nephew Lu, no need to be so polite. You are now a disciple of the Wooming Hall and I am only a Vice Hall Master of the Pill Tower Hall. No matter how long my hand is, I can't control you. Lu Lihong didn't dare to be negligent and respectfully said, Vice Hall Master Shu has given me a new life. Every time I see you, I will see my elders according to how I see them. How can I not be respectful? There's no need. You're being too courteous. Back then, I only helped you because I saw how hardworking you were in your cultivation and how talented you were. Furthermore, your luck was pretty good as well. That's why I decided to help you. That's all. Lu Lihong licked his lips and was still humble. I dare not forget Vice Hall Master Shu's kindness. After a while, he probed, Vice Hall Master Shu, I have already done what you asked me to do. Vice Hall Master was slightly surprised. Martial Nephew is very diligent. You have done it so quickly. That's right. I will definitely put your matters first. Good, then, tell me about Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts. Vice Hall Master Shu asked. After thinking for a while, Lu Lihong cautiously said, This child's martial arts are very high, but he is still young and has only cultivated internal strength for a short time, so his internal strength is relatively weak. Although his moves are somewhat exquisite, it is a pity that they are rather monotonous. It is just a set of fist techniques. Yes, his lightness skill is quite good. He may have received guidance from some experts in Rejuvenation Valley, but he is still a bit inferior to me. Similar to what you said, he should be at the same level as Chen Fengxiao and the others. After he finished speaking, he took out the jade bottle from his bosom and respectfully handed it to Vice Hall Master Shu. He said, I've already used this jade rejuvenation pill. Please take it back, Vice Hall Master Shu. Haha, as soon as you said you wanted to exchange the medicinal herbs with him, this kid immediately took the bait. Yes, Vice Hall Master Shu has a divine foresight. At first, he was hiding somewhere and didn't want to see me. When he heard that I could exchange the medicinal herbs with him, it was as if he had seen his own father. Haha, it's nothing. Which one of the medicine boys from Rejuvenation Valley didn't treat the medicinal herbs as treasures when they first came? This kid worked himself to death and finally won a few gambling fights with great difficulty, but they were all exchanged for medicinal herbs. It was purely drawing water with a sieve. Now that he has just come to his senses, how could he refuse the bait you sent over? Right, you returned to White Mountain Peak again. Will young Yarrow have any suspicions? No, I originally wanted to rack my brains to think of a reason, but Wu Zhoushu actually wanted me to stay behind to see him off. After drinking this wine, I naturally have a reason. Wu Zhoushu, he knows how to conduct himself. Vice Hall Master Shu nodded slightly, very satisfied. Seeing that Vice Hall Master Shu only spoke and did not accept the pill, Lu Lihong said again, since this bait has been used up, then please take it back. Vice Hall Master Shu snorted, what reason do I have to take back what I have given out? Take this pill as a reward for your work this time. Ah! Lu Lihong was surprised and somewhat in disbelief. He said with a trembling voice, Vice Hall Master Shu, isn't this too valuable? This matter was just a small matter. How can you treat me like this? It's fine. You have always done things properly. I am also happy. Although this pill is valuable, I have no use for it. You can keep it. Perhaps it will be of some help in the future. Lu Lihong thought about it for a moment, then gritted his teeth and accepted it. Actually, he had wanted to use this opportunity to help Vice Hall Master Shu in order to ask for something else. However, Vice Hall Master Shu had given him this pill, which meant that he understood what he had helped him with in the past. Thus, he couldn't bring himself to ask for anything. Then I won't be polite. As he spoke, Lu Lihong put away the jade bottle. His face was filled with joy and worry. Seeing Lu Lihong's wonderful expression, Vice Hall Master Shu also revealed a look of confidence. However, Lu Lihong was only thinking about his own matters and did not dare to face it directly, so he did not notice. The two of them sat in silence for a while. Lu Lihong raised his head and was about to get up and leave. Vice Hall Master Shu said softly, Martial Nephew Lu, since you have already tested Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts, then you must have full confidence in dealing with this brat, right? Lu Lihong was stunned and said, there should be no problem. If it was a gambling fight, even Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu would be able to defeat Ren Xiaoyao. That's good. Vice Hall Master Shu nodded, causing Lu Lihong to be confused. The gambling fight on Tianmu Peak was not a matter of 1 or 2 years. Why was he specifically mentioning a little medicine boy who had just entered Tianmu Peak? Following that, there was another wave of speechlessness. The house was silent for a while. Thus, Lu Lihong got up and said, it is already late. Vice Hall Master Shu, please rest early. I will take my leave first. Vice Hall Master Shu smiled, Martial Nephew Lu, don't be anxious. I see that Martial Nephew Lu is frowning. Is there something difficult? Didn't you just treat me as your father? Why don't you tell me? This old man may not be able to help you, but I can be your reference. Hey, I am frowning. Lu Lihong was surprised and secretly wondered, I was so respectful just now. How could he see that I am worried? But this is also a good opportunity to talk about it. Maybe. After thinking about it, Lu Lihong cupped his hands and said, Vice Hall Master Shu really has the demeanor of a father. You can even see this. Alas, it is really annoying to talk about it. Then, he told Vice Hall Master Shu about how he wanted to enter the Grand Canyon for the trial. Then, he said, there are many experts in the Wooming Hall. This little one is not that outstanding. Moreover, they have been cultivating in the Wooming Hall since young. This kind of opportunity will not fall on this little one. But if I don't enter the Grand Canyon for the trial, I may never have the opportunity to participate in the outer disciple test, let alone the inner disciple test. Vice Hall Master Shu nodded slightly. Oh, so it is like this. You are right. It is really difficult for you to get the qualification for the outer disciple test. If you can go to the Yulan Grand Canyon for the trial, you may have a chance. Hihi, I forgot that place is your blessed land. Last time was a great opportunity. Who knows, this time might be the same. Luluhong looked at Vice Hall Master Shu with some desire and said, yes, this little one's internal strength has not improved. 5 years later, it is even harder to say, so, Vice Hall Master Shu nodded again and said, I am familiar with your Vice Hall Master Peng. He seems to be able to talk to you. Then, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. Ah! Vice Hall Master Shu's words were very soft, but in Luluhong's ears, it was like the sound of nature. He hurriedly stood up and asked in disbelief, Then, you are willing to, however, he couldn't bring himself to say the rest of his words. Indeed, this was a huge favor. Although he had been praised highly at Tianmu Peak, he was clear about his own position in the outer sect. The person in front of him was also clear about this. This favor was something that he could never repay no matter what. Therefore, he didn't dare to continue probing. Vice Hall Master Shu's expression didn't change. He only raised his eyes and quietly looked at Luluhong. After a long while, he put down the teacup and calmly said, This old man can help you open your mouth. However, this old man hopes that you will listen to this old man in the future. Luluhong was overjoyed when he heard this. He walked forward and said, Vice Hall Master Shu has given me a new life. In this world, my parents gave birth to me and Vice Hall Master Shu created me. In the future, I will follow Vice Hall Master Shu's lead. If you want me to go east, I will go east. I don't care about north, south, or west at all. Even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, I will do it. Vice Hall Master Shu smiled and said, Good. Since Marshal Nephew Lu says so, this old man agrees. Marshal Nephew Lu, please sit down first. I will definitely help you with this matter. However, this old man has something that I want you to do. Luluhong nodded and said, As long as Vice Hall Master Shu wants me to do something, I will not refuse. Don't agree so quickly. This matter is not complicated. Come closer. Closer. Luluhong was stunned. However, he still walked forward and Vice Hall Master Shu whispered in his ear for a while. Luluhong was pleasantly surprised at first. Then, he frowned and finally turned pale with fright. In the end, he muttered, Vice Hall Master Shu, this is not appropriate. Although, but this is too. -3. Chapter 596. Seeing Luluhong's reaction, Vice Hall Master Shu was not surprised and whispered, What's wrong? This is just the first thing and you're already making excuses. Then, what you said just now, can this old man treat it as a fart? Luluhong's face turned green and red as he said awkwardly, But, the rules of the incense order, bullshit rules. According to the rules, why would an outer disciple like you stay in my White Mountain Peak and obediently be a disciple of the Grass Division? But the reality is, aren't you still carefree in the outer sect and working hard to enter the inner sect? This. Luluhong's face turned pale as he sat back in his chair in a daze. Seeing this, Vice Hall Master Shu struck while the iron was hot and said, Everyone thinks that you're a person with good fortune. Of course, this is true. Others enter the Yulan Grand Canyon to pick herbs that are decades old. You, on the other hand, pick ginseng that is hundreds of years old. Everyone says that you're a genius. Ian, this old man doesn't deny that you're really a genius. Just by relying on the inner sect's cultivation method, you were able to cultivate to a very high level. Unfortunately, how could the threshold of an inner sect disciple be so easy to cross? If it was easy, then there's no need to talk about others. Even Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu were not much worse than you. How could they fail? I don't need to say these words anymore. Luluhong's face was now ashen. In this short period of time, the expression on his face changed very quickly. It could be seen that deep in his heart, there were a lot of emotions. Vice Hall Master Shu squinted his eyes and said, As long as there are people, there will be Jianghu. Although the incense order is a paradise, it is not a pure land. Don't forget, you yourself are an example. If I hadn't warned Vice Hall Master Peng in advance to be merciful, how could you have passed the outer sect's test so easily? I know you were not convinced at that time, and you also spent a lot of effort to pass the assessment. But later on, when you entered the outer sect, did you realize that the martial arts of those senior brothers who assessed you back then was much higher than yours? Lu Lihong's face was slightly bloodshot. He said in a hoarse voice, I know. At that time, Vice Hall Master Peng had already explained it to me. Those senior brothers didn't say anything. That's true. Our fragrant order has strict rules. Occasionally doing such a thing would make people tremble with fear. Of course, it's also because you've worked hard and your martial arts are really good. That's why others can't see through you. All these years, those senior brothers who tested you didn't cause you any trouble, did they? No, everything seems to be real. If Vice Hall Master Peng had not pointed it out, I wouldn't have known that it was Vice Hall Master Shu's grace. Then, Vice Hall Master Shu said, do you know why I chose you back then? I don't know. I've always wanted to ask. Let's not talk about the others. Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu are both good at martial arts. They are stronger than me. Why didn't you choose them? It's very simple. Because you took out the 100-year-old ginseng and received the internal strength cultivation method from the inner sect. If you took the internal strength cultivation method from the inner sect and passed the test of the outer sect and became an outer sect disciple, even if others felt that your martial arts were a little weak or doubted the process of the test, wouldn't they have to consider the influence of the inner sect? Besides, even if the people in the inner sect knew about it, wouldn't your 100-year-old ginseng be enough to protect you? Lu Lihong was a little angry. He struggled and said, but, if you didn't intervene, I could still enter the outer sect after a few more years of practice. Vice Hall Master Shu chuckled and said, well, let me ask you first. You've practiced in the Wooming Hall for so many years. Why do you still feel that you can't pass the test of the outer sect? The Wooming Hall only takes care of its own disciples since childhood. They don't care about me, a disciple who joined halfway. They treat me unfairly. How can I be better than them? Of course, there is unfairness. But can you deny that the Wooming Hall didn't give you any guidance when you practiced your internal strength and other martial arts? Lu Lihong was a little tongue-tied. After thinking for a while, he said frankly, they didn't. If I had any questions, Senior Brother Chuan Gong would tell me everything he knew. Vice Hall Master Shu clapped his hands and said with a smile, although I can't give you all the fairness, in terms of martial arts, you are not worse than other disciples in the Wooming Hall. Lu Lihong really didn't expect that Vice Hall Master Shu would take care of him when he practiced in the Wooming Hall. Could it be true? Vice Hall Master Shu ignored Lu Lihong and continued, since you have practiced in the Wooming Hall for so many years, your martial arts cultivation is just SOSO. What if you didn't join the outer sect and just stayed in the pill-expanding hall? Are you sure you can pass the outer sect test and enter the Wooming Hall? Lu Lihong was speechless again. It was true. After all, the outer sect test was complicated. Not only did the Wooming Hall test the disciples' martial arts, but there were also some strange places to test their temperament and aptitude. If he hadn't been warned by some outer sect disciples in advance, he wouldn't be sure that he could pass the test even now. Therefore, Lu Lihong had to say in a low voice, if so, I have to thank Vice Hall Master Shu for giving me a fair environment to practice martial arts. Well, good. Vice Hall Master Shu was very satisfied and said with a smile, in fact, I chose you because you have these very coincidental conditions. What I value more is your character of being grateful. Do you still remember the conflict between you and Chen Fengxiao? I remember. I just couldn't stand Chen Fengxiao teaching the disciples of the Rejuvenation Valley a lesson. That's why I had a conflict with him. Well, that's right. The other disciples of the Rejuvenation Valley avoided Chen Fengxiao. Only you stood up. Although you didn't fight, it's enough to show that you are grateful to the Rejuvenation Valley. You are a rare good boy. I don't dare. I was young and frivolous. If Vice Hall Master Shu didn't happen to pass by, I would have been beaten up by Chen Fengxiao. Ha ha ha, isn't this fate between you and me? If I didn't know you, how could I be an outer sect disciple today? Alas nephew, you don't have to sigh. Think about it. With Chen Fengxiao's fiery temper and ungrateful character, how could I let him enter the outer sect? Maybe after he enters the outer sect today, he will forget about me tomorrow. Maybe he will even make mistakes for me. Although I'm not afraid of this, it's still troublesome. Actually, senior brother Chen is also a hot-blooded man. Vice Hall Master Shu waved his hand. What hot-blooded man? It's all nonsense. What I want is a disciple who is loyal to me, not someone like him. There are plenty of people like him in the Pill Tower Hall. As for Wu Zhoushu, with his image, he can only stay on Tianmu Peak and face off against Chen Fengxiao. If he is sent to Wuming Hall, I will lose face for no reason. Lu Lihong was dumbfounded. He didn't know if he should be thankful for his good looks or blame his good looks. Although Wu Zhoushu wasn't tall, his looks were average. Looking at him standing on Tianmu Peak, his leadership skills weren't bad either. But all of this was nothing in the eyes of Vice Hall Master Shu. Just because his image wasn't good, his future was ruined. How sad. I've already answered your question. I think you know the pros and cons. My request just now isn't too complicated. Have you thought about it? Hearing Vice Hall Master Shu's questioning, Lu Lihong still hesitated. Vice Hall Master Shu, if you have any orders, I won't dare to slack off. But we will spread the rules of the incense sect. Before Lu Lihong finished, Vice Hall Master Shu waved his hand. Rules? After talking for so long, you're still thinking about that broken rule. This old man can guarantee that there's absolutely no problem with this matter. Why don't you think about it? Even if you complete this matter, who would know that it was you who did it? Are you the head disciple of Wuming Hall or an inner sect disciple? Don't forget that you are now under my care. In the future, I don't need to use any tricks. I only need to make it clear to Vice Hall Master Peng so that he will no longer treat you differently. I don't need to tell you about your situation. I believe you know it yourself. After he finished speaking, he took out a jade bottle from his bosom and placed it on the table, saying, "This is a jade rejuvenation pill. Consider it your reward for helping me for the first time. In the future, whenever this old man has something to trouble you with, I will give you an appropriate reward according to the difficulty of the matter. This jade rejuvenation pill is just a new pill that this old man can take out. I believe that nephew already has an idea of how many pills there are in the inner sect. This old man has all of these pills. If you help this old man in the future, I will not treat you unfairly." Hearing Deputy Hall Chief Shu's words, Lu Lihong looked at the jade bottle on the table with greedy eyes. He closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. Then, he secretly gritted his teeth. What this old man wants to do is not too difficult. He even wants to give me a jade elixir as a reward. He must be testing me. But if I take this as an example, I will definitely be rewarded handsomely if I work for him in the future. Forget it, forget it. A man's ambition is limited by his poverty. I still have to live under his roof. After thinking about it, he lowered his head and said, "Vice Hall Master Shu is so generous and has treated me so well. How can I not agree? Good, good. That's good." As he said that, he waved his hand and the jade bottle floated to Lu Lihong. Seeing this, Lu Lihong's eyes revealed a look of admiration. This kind of pure internal strength was not something that he could compete with. Lu Lihong took the jade bottle and said, "I don't deserve it. Vice Hall Master Shu, this matter hasn't been settled yet. I don't deserve this pill." Vice Hall Master Shu waved his hand in a magnanimous manner and said, "It's fine. I'm not worried about you. Just take it. I believe you can handle it well." "All right, thank you for your trust, Vice Hall Master Shu. I can only accept it, but," Vice Hall Master Shu smiled and said, "you don't have to worry about anything else. I will take care of it. Once you do it, I will naturally know." Lu Lihong nodded and smiled apologetically. "I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "All right, go ahead. Go and prepare for the trial." Lu Lihong was overjoyed. -3. Chapter 597. A blazing sun hung high in the southeast. Above the sea of clouds, a small sword was shuttling back and forth in the air. It was as if the small sword had a mind of its own. Just as the small sword was shuttling through the air, two light red rings suddenly descended from the sky and swiftly wrapped around the small sword. In an instant, the small sword seemed to have lost its vitality and fell rapidly. But just as it fell 3 feet, the two rings suddenly trembled and flew up into the sky, landing directly into a cave on a nearby mountain peak. Then, a tall young man dressed in a green robe walked out, holding the jade ring and small sword that had just entered the cave. Standing at the entrance of the cave, he looked down at the jade ring in his hand and then looked up at the pure white sea of clouds. His eyes were full of expectation. This person was Zhong Xiaohua, who was practicing alchemy on Tianmu Peak. Zhong Xiaohua had already memorized the flying sword manual from the jade water sword, but she had never had the time to practice it. Now that she had some free time to refine the bone coagulation pill, she used her divine sense to instruct the small sword to practice above the sea of clouds. At the end of the practice, Zhong Xiaohua had an idea and took out the refined dragon binding ring, wanting to test its power. As expected, although the small sword was very nimble, wherever Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense reached, the dragon binding ring also followed. The small sword actually had no place to dodge. Of course, this was because Zhong Xiaohua was operating the two things herself, so it was inevitable that she was experimenting. But even so, it was still quite powerful. At this moment, Zhong Xiaohua was looking at the sea of clouds, thinking about the imperial wind technique that she had been practicing for 10 days. In these 10 days, Zhong Xiaohua practiced in the pill room when she had the time while refining pills. Now, she had just started practicing. According to the jade slip, once she practiced the imperial wind technique, she would be able to fly in the air and ride the wind. But with her current cultivation, she really didn't dare to jump out of this cave and step into the sea of clouds. If I can step on these continuous white clouds and ride the wind, I'm afraid my cultivation would be like that of an immortal. Zhong Xiaohua sighed with emotion. Moreover, after the imperial wind technique, there's the flight technique. How much people yearn for it. Ayo, I suddenly thought of something. The 19 fragrant peaks are so far apart that it's difficult to even communicate with each other. Could it be that during the immortal Tao, the various peaks relied on flying techniques to move around? In an instant, Zhong Xiaohua seemed to see a scene of light shooting in all directions. OMG! Zhong Xiaohua shook her head and said, "What are you talking about? How can I believe in the ranger biography? Even if I can master the flight technique, the journey from here to Shushan Peak is more than 10 days. How can my true qi be enough? Sigh, I wonder if I'll be able to see second brother's figure on Shushan Peak." At this time, Zhong Xiaohua wished she could grow a pair of wings and fly to Shushan Peak. Calm down, calm down. Haste makes waste. As long as I'm in fragrant religion, I'll get the news of second brother sooner or later. Zhong Xiaohua comforted herself slowly. She knew that even if she could enter Wuming Hall and become an outer disciple, she would not have the opportunity to enter Shushan Peak. On the contrary, she would fall into the eyes of some people, which would cause a certain difficulty in her actions. I, Xiaoxia, will never do things that make a fool of myself. Zhong Xiaohua said to herself. Ayo, it's getting late. Let's see the elixir in the furnace. This is the first batch of elixir refined with the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. It must be successful. At least it'll be the best. Zhong Xiaohua went into the elixir room. Inside the elixir room, there was a faint medicinal fragrance. The earth fire under the elixir furnace was burning fiercely. The true samadhi fire in the elixir furnace was getting brighter and brighter. It surrounded the elixir liquid and burned it. The elixir liquid that was rotating very fast earlier gradually stopped and only rotated faintly. Zhong Xiaohua went to the elixir room and penetrated her divine sense into the elixir furnace. Seeing the elixir liquid, she was relieved. The 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was indeed a good thing. Just by looking at the rotation of the elixir liquid and the formation outside the elixir liquid, Zhong Xiaohua knew that the bone-solidifying elixir only took 10 days to be refined. It was 3 days less than refining the pulse-nourishing elixir. In the process of refining the elixir, the changes of the elixir liquid were even more different than before. The elixir of the bone solidifying elixir was mixed together at the beginning like the pulse nourishing elixir. The elixir of the 5 elements was mixed together and the elixir of the 5 elements was gradually formed into a mature elixir. However, from the second day onwards, the elixir of the 5 elements gradually became distinct and formed the shape of 2 small fish. Their heads and tails were connected and mixed together. The rotation of the elixir liquid was like 2 fish chasing each other. What made Zhong Xiaohua the most dumbfounded was that at the point where the 2 fish touched, there was actually a faint starlight. The starlight faintly showed signs of flowing, surrounding the 2 fish and constantly rotating. However, the starlight was so subtle that Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense could not see it clearly. However, for the 2 different elixirs, Zhong Xiaohua had a little idea in her heart. Within the heavenly way, Zhong Xiaohua knew that other than the Tao of the 5 elements, there was also the Tao of life and death, which was the Tao of yin and yang in Qi Huang. When these 2 different elixirs were first formed, Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense had also observed some clues. On one side of the elixir was the fragrant soul wood refined in the Kan furnace, as well as the elixir from the Qian furnace, Zhen furnace, and vibration furnace. On the other side, the elixir was the iron bone grass refined in the exchange furnace, as well as the elixir from the Kuan furnace, Zun furnace, and Li furnace. In other words, the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace's 8 trigrams could also be divided into 2, yin and yang. As the process of forming the elixir progressed, a small dot gradually appeared in the 2 fish-shaped elixirs, just like a fish's eye. The elixir in this small dot was the essence of the other elixir. These small dots of elixir were also wrapped in starlight. This made Zhong Xiaohua ponder deeply. Yin and yang were opposites, mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. A solitary yang would not give birth, and a solitary yin would not grow. Only with yang in yin and yin in yang could it be the Tao of all things. And this elixir also went from medicinal herbs to elixir, from elixir to elixir, from elixir to elixir, from elixir to elixir, from elixir to elixir. It was precisely within the harmony of yin and yang, from nothing to something. This realization was akin to a bolt of lightning in Zhong Xiaohua's Tao heart, illuminating the heavenly Tao in Zhong Xiaohua's Tao heart. At that time, Zhong Xiaohua immediately sat down on the ground, no longer caring about the precious bone condensation pill in the cauldron in front of her, and directly comprehended this rare enlightenment. Before entering secluded meditation, Zhong Xiaohua habitually held the vitality stone in her hand. Fortunately, Zhong Xiaohua's cultivation was still shallow. Although she was comprehending the heavenly Tao, it only took her 3 days to awaken from her secluded meditation. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua's cultivation had taken a huge step forward, from the peak of the 6th layer of Qi refining to the 7th layer of Qi refining. However, a lot of the vitality in the vitality stone had been absorbed. Of the 18 layers of the Carefree Heart Sutra, the first 6 layers were for the initial stage of Qi refining. As long as one could step into the threshold of Qi refining and absorb enough vitality of heaven and earth, their cultivation would improve. From the 7th layer onwards, the role of one's temperament was highlighted. Progress at this time could not be made up by pure vitality of heaven and earth. Only when one's comprehension of the Heart Sutra made a breakthrough could one enter the next layer of cultivation. Zhong Xiaohua had already reached the peak of the 6th layer of Qi refining when she was concocting pills in Rejuvenation Valley. However, the transition from the 6th layer to the 7th layer of Qi refining was the transition from the initial stage of Qi refining to the middle stage of Qi refining. It was also the transition from quantitative cultivation to comprehension of the Heart Sutra. It was the most difficult transition. When the Tao of immortality was flourishing, who knew how many heavenly prodigies had broken through the threshold of Qi refining, but they were stumped by this transition in comprehension, and their cultivation stagnated at the initial stage of Qi refining for the rest of their lives. This could be considered the second great challenge of the Tao of immortality. Now that Zhong Xiaohua had obtained the 8 trigrams violet gold furnace, she had witnessed a new method of concocting pills. She had introduced the theory of the 8 trigrams into the 5 elements, and when she was gestating the pill, she had combined the yin and yang of the Tao of heaven, gaining a deep understanding of how yin and yang nurtured all living things. This understanding directly pushed her understanding of the Tao of Heaven to a new level. Furthermore, she held a vitality stone in her hand, so her meridians very naturally drew a vast amount of vitality from the primal stones into her body. According to the Carefree Heart Sutra, her cultivation directly rose from the initial stage of qi refining to the middle stage of qi refining. This improvement seemed accidental, but it was actually inevitable. Zhong Xiaohua comprehended the Tao of Heaven every day, absorbing the vitality from the vitality stones every night, and cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra. She was accumulating every day, and with the accumulation of time, it was only a matter of time before she went from quantitative to qualitative. The gestating process of the 8 trigrams violet gold furnace was merely a catalyst. Of course, after emerging from closed-door cultivation, Zhong Xiaohua didn't have the time to check her cultivation. Instead, she hurriedly sent her spiritual sense into the furnace to check the medicinal liquid. Fortunately, apart from the tiny bit of medicinal liquid that had expanded countless times, almost half the size of the fish outside, there weren't many other changes. Only then did she check her cultivation and discover that she had actually advanced to the middle stage of qi refining. This made Zhong Xiaohua overjoyed. She immediately circulated her true qi through her brand new meridians a few more times. Only after she was completely familiar with it did she stop. In the next few days, it was the crucial moment for gestating the pill. Other than practicing the levitation technique and comprehending the Tao of Heaven, Zhong Xiaohua didn't dare to distract herself with other matters. She even temporarily stopped practicing talismans and formations, afraid that she would enter closed-door cultivation again and miss the best opportunity to form the pill. As a matter of fact, after practicing her sword technique and testing the dragon binding hoop for a bit, Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly returned to the furnace. At this moment, of the 2 fish-shaped medicinal liquids, the other type of medicinal liquid was almost as much as the previous type of medicinal liquid, each taking up half. Simply speaking, the composition of the 2 clumps of medicinal liquid was basically the same. There was only a slight difference. And this trace of medicinal liquid was all gathered at the edge of the 2 clumps of medicinal liquid, wrapped together by faint starlight. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua's expression turned solemn. He took a deep breath and circulated his true qi to his fingers. Both of his hands formed a series of hand seals and sent the final spell of the pill nurturing technique into the medicinal liquid. As the spell was sent in, the faint red true samadhi fire drilled into the medicinal liquid and burned toward the edges of the medicinal liquid. -3. Chapter 598. Now it was the end of the gestation period. A layer of array outside the medicinal liquid had gradually formed. Under the observation of Zhong Xiaohua's divine thought, the wisp of samadhi true fire burned along the boundary of the 2 medicinal liquids. The medicinal liquid boiled for a while, like water poured into hot oil. Zhong Xiaohua knew that this was the last moment of gestation. She didn't dare to be careless. She launched another technique. She only felt that a lot of the true qi in her body was drawn out at once. As the technique was launched, it slowly pushed the medicinal liquid that had been still. The starlight on the edge gradually spread between the 2 medicinal liquids with the burning of the samadhi true fire. The medicinal liquid gradually rotated. Zhong Xiaohua's divine thought also slowly couldn't see the movement inside. After a while, the entire medicinal liquid expanded and contracted. It even shook a little. Zhong Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Immediately, the rotation that Zhong Xiaohua pushed with the technique also stopped. The entire medicinal liquid was quietly suspended in the center of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. The samadhi true fire that was still vivid just now also disappeared without a trace at this time. Zhong Xiaohua also stood there quietly. She swept her divine thought again. At this time, the medicinal liquid was completely invisible. The gestation period had been completed. However, at the end of gestation, Zhong Xiaohua's true qi in her body was consumed a lot. Thinking of the true qi used in the beginning to quench the liquid, Zhong Xiaohua didn't dare to rush to pull the pill. Instead, she sat cross-legged and took out the vitality stone to replenish the true qi in her body. Now that Zhong Xiaohua was already at the intermediate stage of the qi refining realm, the speed of absorbing the true qi in the vitality stone had greatly increased. In just a moment, it was finished replenishing. Putting away the vitality stone, Zhong Xiaohua slightly recalled the technique to pull the pill. The corner of her eyes slightly shrank. She launched the technique. Following the launch of the technique, some true qi was drawn out. The entire medicinal liquid swelled and a thumb-sized green medicinal pill appeared in the air beside it. It was exactly as described in the pill formula. Zhong Xiaohua was overjoyed. She continued to launch the technique. Although the true qi in her body was consumed relatively quickly, Zhong Xiaohua didn't have time to replenish her true qi when she saw more and more bone-solidifying pills. Anyway, each time she refined pills, she could only pull out 9 pills. It wasn't enough to exhaust the true qi in Zhong Xiaohua's body. However, things were beyond Zhong Xiaohua's expectations. When she launched the technique for the 10th time into the medicinal liquid and waited for the bone-solidifying pill byproduct, she shockingly discovered that the 10th bone-solidifying pill was also pulled out. Hey! What's going on? Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but feel puzzled. However, since she could pull out more medicinal pills, Zhong Xiaohua was naturally overjoyed. Estimating the true qi in her body, Zhong Xiaohua continued to pull out 18 bone-solidifying pills in a row. Looking at the endless medicinal liquid left, Zhong Xiaohua understood something in her heart. Without hesitation, she launched the last technique. Sure enough, there was a series of crisp sounds. The last medicinal liquid was pulled out into a medicinal pill that was a lot smaller than the bone-solidifying pill. It was a little yellow. Upon closer inspection, it was 70% similar to the small bone-solidifying pill that Zhong Xiaohua saw previously. Zhong Xiaohua nodded her head slightly and took out a few jade bottles. Her hand formed a technique and pointed her finger. The opening of the Kuan furnace opened, and with a wave of her hand, the 18 bone-solidifying pills flew into the few jade bottles. Following that, Zhong Xiaohua cast a seal on the jade bottles and carefully kept them in her purse. Only then did she look at the 7 or 8 small bone-solidifying pills at the bottom of the furnace. Previously, Zhong Xiaohua didn't examine the small bone-solidifying pill in detail. At this time, when she took out one to examine it carefully, she couldn't help but frown slightly. This small bone-solidifying pill was extremely similar to the previous one. It was just that the color was slightly darker and the medicinal smell was much lighter. It was far from the previous medicinal fragrance that assailed her nostrils. When she looked at it, it was the same as the crimson flame pill that Zhong Xiaohua refined previously. There was a faint starlight. What's going on? Could it be that there's a mistake in my refining method? Zhong Xiaohua frowned and carefully thought about the refining process from beginning to end. She still had no clue. Ari, forget it. When I refined the basic medicinal pills, there were no such problems. Why would there be a mistake when I refined the low-level medicinal pills? However, the color, smell, and other aspects of this medicinal pill should have been refined successfully. There shouldn't be any problems in the entire process. Oh, the Meridian Nourishing Pill only produced 9 medicinal pills last time. This time, it actually produced 18. It should be because of the amount of medicinal herbs. Even if it's a basic medicinal pill, if the medicinal herbs in the pill formula are complete and the quantity is sufficient, it should be able to produce more than 9 medicinal pills. Thinking about it, it was very reasonable. When Zhong Xiaohua was refining pills in the Rejuvenation Valley, she used very few medicinal herbs each time. It was far less generous than this time, where she put the whole medicinal herb into the pill furnace at once. Moreover, in the pill formula of the bone-solidifying pill, there were more than 10 main ingredients and ingredients. It was normal for her to be able to refine 18 medicinal pills. If there were only 9 pills, then Zhong Xiaohua had skimped on the job. Zhong Xiaohua took out a jade bottle and put the remaining small bone-solidifying pill into the jade bottle. Suddenly, she thought of another question. In the Rejuvenation Valley, the byproduct of the Meridian Nourishing Pill was called Crimson Flame Pill. Why didn't the byproduct of the bone-solidifying pill have other names? Why was it directly called Small Bone Solidifying Pill? Then, Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Who cares what it's called? It's just a mark. Hehe, I wonder if my small bone solidifying pill is better than the small bone solidifying pill of the incense cult." Unfortunately, there was no one to verify this question for her. After putting away the bone solidifying pills, Zhong Xiaohua looked at the empty pill furnace and thought for a moment. Then, she cast a few incantations into the furnace. The earth fire under the pill furnace became a little smaller, but it still slowly heated the pill furnace. Then, Zhong Xiaohua checked the true qi in her body. She couldn't help but be shocked. She had just advanced to the middle stage of the aura refining realm, so the amount of true qi in her body was a lot more than before. However, this simple pill pulling process consumed more than half of the true qi in her body. If she was still in the early stage of the aura refining realm, she reckoned she wouldn't even be able to pull out all the true qi in her body. Alas, the middle stage of the aura refining realm isn't enough. This is only a low-level medicinal pill. What if it's a mid-level or high-level medicinal pill? Even the amount of true qi needed to refine the medicine wouldn't be enough. The path of cultivation seems to have just begun. Zhong Xiaohua sighed inwardly and took out another primordial stone. This small primordial stone seemed to have been used too frequently. After replenishing her true qi, Zhong Xiaohua simply didn't keep the primordial stone. Instead, she took it with her hands. With a twist of her body, she escaped to the outside of the cave. When she started refining the bone solidifying pills, Zhong Xiaohua spent nearly half a day putting the medicinal herbs into the pill furnace to refine the liquid. Pulling out the pills took even more time. At this time, it was already late at night. However, at this time, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. It was the best time to kill, cough cough, it was the best time to practice the imperial wind technique. Zhong Xiaohua released her divine sense. Seeing that there was no one around, she immediately made an incantation with her hands and transferred her true qi to her legs. Then, her body flew up a little crookedly, faintly carrying the imperial wind technique. She directly flew into the darkness in the distance. During this period of refining pills, Zhong Xiaohua went to work in the medicinal fields early in the morning. The rest of the time, she stayed in the pill room to familiarize herself with the imperial wind technique. When night fell, when Bai Huan and Zhu Shuming both went back, she came out of the pill room and practiced the levitation technique on Tianmu Peak. The west side of Tianmu Peak belonged to the pill department of the pill expansion hall. At night, there were usually people watching over the pill furnaces that were refining pills. The east side belonged to the pill department of the pill expansion hall. It was all medicinal fields and forests. At night, there were no traces of people. Hence, Zhong Xiaohua could practice on the east side. Now that she had practiced for more than 10 days, Zhong Xiaohua could already reach the threshold of imperial wind technique. Her figure floating in the night sky indeed had a hint of immortality. However, although she was already in the middle stage of qi refining, her true qi was not enough to refine pills, let alone imperial wind technique. What was even more hateful was that the qi of heaven and earth was so thin that it was not enough for her to absorb, let alone support this imperial wind technique that looked like an immortal. Zhong Xiaohua could only hold onto the qi in her hands and try to absorb it into her body with all her might. At the same time, she performed the adorable yet hateful imperial wind technique. Like a gust of wind, she left a faint shadow on the east side of Tianmu Peak. Flying to a low-lying area, Zhong Xiaohua was a little tired. Just as she was about to stop, her divine sense suddenly discovered two figures beside the forest in the distance. Zhong Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. She immediately descended from the sky. Before she landed, she made an incantation with her hands and directly burrowed into the ground. She did not want to be seen through. When she poked her head out again, she was already at the roots of a tree 10 feet away. The two people beside the forest did not seem to notice anything unusual and were only whispering to each other. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua did not care and was about to escape. However, just as she was about to turn around, she suddenly realized that it was already too late. The disciples of the grass division were not this diligent. There must be something fishy going on. She did not know what they were up to. However, in her divine sense, the two people's faces were unfamiliar, as if she had never seen them before. Could it be? Since she was curious, Zhong Xiaohua quietly went to the place where the two people were talking. She found an inconspicuous stone and poked her head out to eavesdrop on their conversation. One of them said, "Senior Hu, this is the territory of the grass division. It's better to be careful and not be discovered." Senior Hu smiled and said, "Junior Chen, don't worry. The people of the grass division have already returned. Who else would be in this wilderness? Caution is the parent of safety. We can't not be on guard. If someone sees our grass division's territory, it will be hard to explain. No wonder Lord Spring Equinox often praises you and says that you are a promising talent. He even told us to learn from you. Lord Spring Equinox is too kind. This one is just a little more careful. All right, let's not talk too much." This time, more than 10 outsiders came to the pill opening hall. "Did you notice anyone from the sect?" Senior Hu, the people who came this time were quite scattered. Our Tianmu Peak is famous for being difficult to mix in. Who would come here? There are only a few apprentices who refine pills. This one has already seen them. None of them are our brothers. -3. Chapter 599. What about the disciples from the other peaks? I've also taken the opportunity to go to the other peaks. The situation was the same. The new disciples turned a blind eye to the secret hand signals of the sect. I don't think they're among them. Hey, that's strange. The sect sends people here every 10 years. Why didn't they send anyone this year? The two were silent for a while. Senior brother who continued, "Oh right, recently there was a medicine boy from Rejuvenation Valley in our Tianmu Peaks grass division. His martial arts are very strong. Could it be? I've already thought of this. After the bet, I tried to show him the hand signals. He didn't feel it at all, so it shouldn't be him." Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. Based on his tone, this junior brother Chen should be from the pill department. When did someone from the pill department give her a hand signal? Why didn't she have any impression of it? Looking at his arrogant appearance, he might not be from the sect. How could he reveal his strong martial arts and be so close to Chen Fengxiao as soon as he arrived at Tianmu Peak? But junior brother Chen, there aren't any suitable candidates for the pill department's medicine boy. I think you should go take a look at the medicine boys from the grass division. Maybe the sect changed their direction this year and started from Rejuvenation Valley. Senior brother who is right. I think so too. If we start from the pill department every year, it's inevitable that we'll be exposed. It's inevitable that we'll try other methods. But we're disciples of the pill department and can only guard Tianmu Peak. If we go to the other peaks to find the grass division disciples, there won't be many opportunities. It's only because Tianmu Peak is a bit chaotic that Lord Spring Equinox let us stay here. If it were the other peaks, it might be inconvenient to move around. Lord Spring Equinox is wise. Oh right, senior brother Hu, did any of our brothers enter the other halls this year? This. Lord Spring Equinox didn't say, so I don't know. But we're all spies in the fragrant cult. Most of our contacts are one way. Lord Spring Equinox might not let us know. Hehe, the sect has been scheming for many years. Although the fragrant cult is content to stay in a remote corner, didn't we also sneak in? It's just that there's something strange about the way in and out of the incense-spreading cult. All information cannot be leaked out. Our people can only enter but not leave. That's right. It's extremely difficult to be an outer disciple, let alone pass the test and roam the Jianghu. Not only do you have to be strong in martial arts, but you also have to have a clean background. Disciples from outside are not allowed to go out. Therefore, we outer disciples are powerless even if we want to. Isn't that so? If not for that, Lord Spring Equinox would have been able to send a message. Why should we worry about it? Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. If you have time, you should go to the medicine boys of the grass division and find some time to interact with them. See if there are any of our people among them. Alright, please inform Lord Spring Equinox that I will definitely accomplish it. After saying that, the two of them looked left and right carefully. One went up, The other went down, heading straight to the west side of Tianmu Peak. After waiting for everyone to leave, Zhong Xiaohua stood up and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It seems that these two must have been sent by the incense-spreading cult's enemies. Moreover, they must have been hiding in the incense-spreading cult for a long time. Every 10 years, someone would enter. Ayo, could it be that Li Qiong? Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua naturally thought of Valley Lord Nai's warning before they set off from Rejuvenation Valley. But how could he be sure that Li Qiong was sent by someone else? Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. In fact, he had forgotten that when it came to unknown origins, his own origins were even more unknown than Li Qiong's. After a while, Zhong Xiaohua said to himself, "Hey, in any case, this incense-spreading cult is a big turtle shell. Once you enter, don't even think about leaving. Wait for me to find second brother's news and find a chance to capture Li Qiong. Or that junior brother Qian. I'll know once I ask. Why bother hurting my brain? If he doesn't say anything, I'll just use my bewitching finger. What else can I not know?" Saying this, Zhong Xiaohua released his divine sense and carefully looked. Then, he floated up and rode the wind to the top of Tianmu Peak. Speaking of the imperial wind technique, it was several times faster than Zhong Xiaohua's levitation technique. It didn't take long for him to reach the top of the mountain. The entire mountain was quiet. Even Bai Huan's little hut had long extinguished its lights. Zhong Xiaohua first walked to the medicine field and found the seeds that he watered with spring water rich in vitality every day. The seeds were the same as before. There were no signs of germination. However, the seeds seemed to be absorbing vitality. These few seeds had much stronger vitality fluctuations than the others. Then, Zhong Xiaohua returned to the cave and set up the restriction. He returned to the pill room. In the pill room, the earth fire was still burning, warming the pill furnace on top. Zhong Xiaohua took out the futon and sat cross-legged in front of the pill furnace. Holding the vitality stones in his hand, he did his routine homework every night. In the next month or so, Zhong Xiaohua, in addition to working in the fields, spent most of his time in the alchemy room, refining the meridian nourishing pill, bone condensing pill, and so on again, harvesting a lot of pills. Moreover, according to the pill formula in the jade slip, he used a small alchemy furnace to refine some basic detoxification pills. Although refining these pills consumed a lot of medicinal herbs, compared to the medicinal herbs Zhong Xiaohua won in the last gambling fight, the amount was still very little. In addition to refining pills, Zhong Xiaohua still spent a lot of time comprehending the way of heaven. This was a skill that could not be seen in a short time. After Zhong Xiaohua advanced to the middle stage of the qi refining realm, the rabbit talisman in her mudpill palace improved again. She gradually comprehended them one by one. Now, she had nearly 200 rabbit talismans. In addition to these, the spirit traction technique seemed to have changed and began to slowly improve again. What made Zhong Xiaohua most gratified was the imperial wind technique. Zhong Xiaohua seemed to have a unique talent for the levitation technique and the imperial wind technique. Since she touched the threshold of the imperial wind technique, she could not stop. She practiced the imperial wind technique that she did not even dare to think about before to a proficient level. She only lacked abundant qi of heaven and earth. Otherwise, she could really fly with the wind like the way of immortals. Among them, there was also a gambling battle on Tianmu Peak. However, Zhong Xiaohua still used his previous level of martial arts. Under Chen Fengxiao's arrangement, he won 2 victories and won a few bottles of insignificant pills. Now, his limelight on Tianmu Peak was faintly showing signs of surpassing the 6 great arhats. If it were not for the fact that Zhong Xiaohua only worked on Tianmu Peak and never appeared in front of the disciples of the Pill Expanding Hall and Chen Fengxiao had already instructed not to disturb him, Zhong Xiaohua would have attracted the attention of all the disciples wherever he went. It seemed that everything was going according to the normal trajectory and also according to Zhong Xiaohua's expectations. Even Zhu Shuming's surveillance was gradually reduced. Wu Zhouxiu should also be slowly relieved. On this day, the sun was shining brightly. Far away in the exquisite little courtyard of Lingxiang Peak, by the lotus pond, Peacock was talking to Chen Chen about something. There was a strange expression on Peacock's face. She stared at the surface of the lotus pond and seemed to be lost in thought. Chen Chen looked at her from the side and endured. Finally, he opened his mouth and said, "Senior sister, say something. You've been in closed-door training for dozens of days. It's rare to see you come out. When I came to see you, you made a clay Buddha statue and didn't say a word." When Peacock heard this, she laughed out loud and said, "Junior sister even knows about clay Buddha statues. You've gained a lot from this trip." "Well, I thought you wouldn't say anything." Chen Chen curled his lips and said, "Actually, it's nothing. I didn't go out and wanted to go out. But when I went out, I saw a bunch of boring people. There was really no meaning in going out. Sigh, why didn't I encounter something as interesting as Ren Xiaoyaro?" Hearing these 3 words, Peacock's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She said uneasily, "Haha, if you're willing, I'll let you go to Carefree City next time. Maybe you'll meet him." "Hihi, that guy has been sent to the Pill Hall. Where would there be a second Ren Xiaoyaro? Right, I don't know how that kid is doing in Bayou Peak." Peacock's heart skipped a beat. To tell the truth, she had always felt that she did not have any feelings for this ordinary young man that she had only met a few times. However, the words of Abbess Jing Fan last time, and her firm affirmation, and the face that appeared in her mind from time to time when she was in closed-door training, she had begun to doubt her own feelings. Could this be fate bestowed by the heavens? "So that you can't forget him?" She did not dare to answer Chen Chen's words. She frowned slightly and said, "Who knows, he's just a medicine boy. If he were to be placed in Bayou Peak, it would be like a drop of water falling into a lotus pond. It's impossible to see him." When she said this, she felt a burst of annoyance for no reason. She casually flicked her finger and changed the topic, saying, "Right, didn't you want to go to the Yulan Grand Canyon? Master has already agreed, why don't you hurry up and prepare? I remember that the disciples who were patrolling the mountain last time had already found the restriction loosening. Maybe the time to enter the valley will be brought forward." "Haha," Chen Chen laughed out loud, holding Peacock's arm and said, "Thank you for your concern, senior sister. However, Master has already told me that this year's Yulan Dusk refinement will be brought forward by a lot. I estimate that we will be able to enter in a few days. I have already come to find senior sister and wanted to ask for some experience. Unfortunately, senior sister has been in closed-door training." "Oh, so that's the case. Why didn't you say so earlier?" "I will tell you roughly now." Without waiting for Peacock to speak, Chen Chen said, "No need, senior sister. I have already asked the other senior sisters and have a rough idea in my heart." "Oh, that's good. Although there are a lot of dangers in the Yulan Grand Canyon, those are for the outer disciples and other ordinary disciples. We inner disciples basically don't have to worry about it. As long as we pay a little attention, I have nothing to say to you. The last time I entered the valley, except for a leopard, I did not encounter anything. Ian, right, you have a carefree personality. There are some things that you should consider carefully." -3. Chapter 600. I know, Senior. Chen Chen held Peacock's arm and smiled. "I'm not going alone this time, I can't be careless. When we enter the valley, the inner disciples will be together. Once we're in the valley, we'll have to separate. Don't be careless." "Hihi, I know. But this time, I have a tail." "Hey, what do you mean?" Peacock was confused. "Hey, do you still remember Master Jingyi's female disciple?" "I know." "What do you mean, she's going to follow you into the valley? Are you kidding me? She's only been in the inner sect for a few years. Although she's cultivated with Master Jingyi, but how is she qualified for this Valley Orchid Dusk?" "That's right, senior sister is right. I don't know how she reported it to Martial Uncle Sect Leader, but he actually agreed. The worst thing is, Martial Uncle Sect Leader said that I have a bad temper and was afraid that something would happen to me inside, so he asked me to take care of her. He even said that my martial arts cultivation is high and I can protect her. Don't you think it's funny?" "Is that so?" Peacock said, "Since Master Jingyi has already spoken, there's no point in you refusing. Actually, Master Jingyi is right. You two can learn from each other's strengths and complement each other. Chen Chen pouted and said, I'm not familiar with her, what's so interesting about that? Moreover, I'm going to the valley to look for opportunities, not to be a nanny. If I bring her along, how can I be at ease? Hee hee. Peacock chuckled, that's your problem. If you weren't famous for being careless, how could Master Jingyi find you? Sigh, that child is also a pitiful person. If we don't help her, who else can? Only Senior is kind-hearted. Forget it, I'm just nagging you, don't take it to heart. Millimeter, I know, you're tough on the mouth but soft on the heart. You can't bear to see someone you're close to being bullied. Master Jingyi gave that child to you for the same reason. Hey, Senior sister, I only have this one shortcoming, and all of you have seen it so clearly. How am I supposed to live with myself in the future? Hee hee, don't be complacent. I don't know what you're thinking. Master has already told me. Although I went to the Yulan Grand Canyon 5 years ago, I still know where the good things are. I don't think the other senior sisters will tell you these things. Hehe, that's right. I'm your junior sister. If you don't tell me, who else can you tell? Peacock glanced at her with annoyance and told her about her last trip to the Yulan Grand Canyon and the few hidden places she found. She did not forget to remind her, Yellow Wind and Black Lightning have not come out for a long time. Maybe they died of old age, or maybe they died of serious injuries. These are all guesses. It is better to be prepared. If you see any signs of trouble, it is better to run as far away as possible. I understand. Chen Chen said disapprovingly, so many years have passed. Things that have disappeared without a trace can't possibly still exist in the world. Counting the actions of the sect master and the others, it should have been decades. Chen Chen, to tell you the truth, don't let your guard down. The Yulan Grand Canyon is a mysterious area of our incense cult. Generations of sect masters and elders have attached great importance to it. But from the records of our cult, no one has been able to fully understand the canyon, not even the immortal seniors from 10,000 years ago. Moreover, the beasts in the canyon are all psychic creatures, not to mention the 2 legendary ones. If you don't take my words to heart, maybe. Peacock did not finish her words. Chen Chen smiled and said, I know, senior sister. No matter how stupid I am, it's impossible for me to not care about my own life. It's just that. I still have a burden with me. Tell me, how can I escape? Even if I meet the legendary fiend, Then, her smile turned into a bitter smile. Sigh, that's true. Peacock sighed. She could not understand why the sect master would agree to let an inner disciple who was not very good at martial arts enter the Yulan Grand Canyon. Then, Peacock clenched her teeth, every man for himself. Although the sect master has entrusted her to you, you can only protect her to the extent of your ability. If you can't. Yes, senior sister, don't worry. I know this. Chen Chen nodded her head in all seriousness, and then rebuked, Senior sister, when I went to the other senior sisters, didn't they all congratulate me for having the opportunity to enter the Yulan Grand Canyon? Only you nagged endlessly, as if as long as I entered, I would encounter something. Children's words carry no harm, children's words carry no harm. Peacock smiled and said, look at what you're saying. On the Lingxiang Peak, Peacock and Chen Chen had a deep sisterly relationship and had endless things to say. Bayou Peak, Pill-Expanding Hall, 100 Herb Hall. Elder Zi Shen sat at the head of the table, accompanied by Deputy Hall Master Shu. Elder Zi Shen squinted his eyes and looked tired, as if he was thinking about something. Deputy Hall Master Shu looked at him for a while and said in a low voice, Hall Master, if you have any difficulties, can I help you share the burden? Elder Zi Shen sighed, opened his eyes and said, isn't it because of the Misty Hall? Alas, not only me, but the other hall masters are also scratching their heads. Forget it, there will be a way when the time comes. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Then, he thought of something and said, right, I forgot to tell you that the prohibition of the Yulan Grand Canyon has been loosened. Perhaps the Yulan evening refinement will be brought forward a few days, and it's time to send disciples in. Think about it, choose suitable people from the grass sect and draw up a list. You've done this in the past, So it shouldn't be too late to tell me now, right? Hearing this, Deputy Hall Master Shu was obviously stunned. Then, he took out a stack of paper and handed it to Elder Zishan, saying, "Hall Master, you must have forgotten that you've told me about this earlier. At that time, the prohibition of the canyon had just loosened and you wanted me to start early, so that I wouldn't be late to pick the herbs. Look, I've already drawn up the list of people entering the canyon. If you think it's suitable, I'll let my disciples inform them and make preparations in advance. When the time comes, they can enter. Anyway, we'll be the last to enter." "Ah! Ha. Elder Zishan slapped his forehead and said, "Look at my head. Now that you've said it, I do have some impression of it. Alas, it's all because of the matter at Shushin Peak." Then, he took the paper with the names written on it from Deputy Hall Master Shu's hands. He glanced at it and said, "Every time the Yulan evening refinement occurs, our pill-expanding hall will lose some medicine boys. This time, you have to choose better ones. It's best if they have some martial arts foundation. Don't let them become food when they encounter fierce beasts." Then, he casually handed the list to Deputy Hall Master Shu. Deputy Hall Master Shu took it and said respectfully, "We can't help losing medicine boys. We grass sect disciples don't know martial arts and spend most of our time taking care of the medicine fields. It's really difficult to stand out on the path of martial arts. Even Heaven and Earth Hall and Cleansing Jade Hall also lose people every year. Yes, last year's Yulan evening refinement didn't seem to pick any good spiritual herbs, so the inner sect was a little unhappy. I hope the disciples who go in this time will have good luck. Haha, not every disciple is as lucky as Luli Hong. However, this time, I will specially instruct a few disciples who are good at martial arts to pay more attention when they enter the valley. They will definitely make the Hall Master proud." Ha. Elder Zishan laughed. "Do you think they are inner sect disciples who can enter and exit the Yulan Grand Canyon as if there is no one around? Let's let them save their own lives first before we talk about anything else." "Yes, I know. Hall Master is merciful. This is something that everyone in the pill-expanding hall can see. Well, you can go and quickly distribute the list. Maybe tomorrow or the day after, there will be news from Lingering Fragrance Peak. Don't delay the Yulan evening refinement arrangement." "Yes, I will immediately supervise this matter." Deputy Hall Master Shu stood up and cupped his hands with a smile on his face. The pill-expanding hall's subordinates were White Mountain Peak, Three Reeds Peak, Tianmu Peak, and Track Peak. Not long after, several disciples rode their horses and headed towards these peaks. In a hall on Tianmu Peak, Chen Feng of the Grass Division was eating and talking to Wu Zhoushu of the Pill Division about the recent situation of Tianmu Peak. Wu Zhoushu said, "Congratulations, Headmaster Chen. In this gambling fight, the Grass Division has won against the Pill Division again. In the future, the situation will be reversed." Chen Feng smiled and waved his hand, "Not at all. At most, it will be a draw. How can it be like before when we were suppressed by you guys?" After drinking a mouthful of tea, Wu Zhoushu said, "It's your Grass Division's luck to have a medicine boy named Ren Xiaoyaro from Rejuvenation Valley. His skills are comparable to our 3 guardian deities. Yes, this young man is not bad. His luck is also indescribable. Including the 3 matches in the first gambling fight, he has won 5 matches in a row. His harvest is not small. However, this is because he has just arrived. The brothers participating in the gambling fight are not too familiar with his fist techniques. After a few more fights, it will not be so easy to win." "That is true. However, he is still young. There is a lot of room for improvement in the future. If he obtains a suitable martial arts cultivation method, he may be another Luli Hong. Haha, whether he is another Luli Hong or not, it has nothing to do with us. Look at that Luli Hong. Since he entered the outer sect, how many times has he returned to the pill-expanding hall? Even our Tianmu Peak is the first time. If Ren Xiaoyaro is also like this, it will not benefit us at all." Wu Zhoushu shook his head, looking at him. He does not look like a heartless person. Last time when Luli Hong came with Yang Yaro, he only recognized Yang Yaro. Even if you introduced Luli Hong first, he still bowed to Yang Yaro first. Yes, I know that. Otherwise, I would not accommodate him. Haha, Zhu Shuming has been on Tianmu Peak for so long. Did you discover anything? What about you? Isn't Bai Huan with him every day? Did you discover anything? Ha ha ha. The two of them laughed loudly, with a you-know-what-I-mean look on their faces. This gave the disciples who were rushing in a fright. -3. Chapter 601. Chen Fengxiao looked at the Grass Division disciple and asked, "What's the matter?" The disciple reported, "Bai Yefeng sent him, he said it's important." "Hey, hall leader, why are you paying attention to us?" Wu Zhoushu was puzzled. "Our Tianmu Peak has been really quiet recently, there aren't many battles." "Haha, why don't you let him in?" Chen Fengxiao waved his hand for the disciple to bring him in. Although it was a disciple, Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu didn't dare to just sit there. They both got up and walked out. When they reached the entrance of the hall, they saw a disciple rush in. Seeing Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu, he bowed, "Greetings to the two leaders." Chen Fengxiao hurried forward and supported him. "Junior brother no need to be so polite. We're all brothers of the pill-spreading hall, no need to be so polite." Junior martial brother he stood up and said, "Headmaster Chen and Wu Dalang are very famous in our pill-expanding hall. Compared to you, junior martial brother is really ashamed." The two led junior brother he into the hall, and after some small talk, Chen Fengxiao asked, "Junior brother he is a disciple of the pill division, why did Tianmu Peak suddenly send me a message? Is there a mistake in what I said?" As he spoke, he glanced at Wu Zhoushu. Wu Zhoushu was also confused. The pill-spreading hall's messages were usually sent by Grass Division disciples to Chen Fengxiao and Pill Division disciples to Wu Zhoushu. When he heard that a disciple from Bai Yefeng came to find Chen Fengxiao, Wu Zhoushu thought it was a Grass Division disciple. But when he saw junior brother he of the Pill Division, he was puzzled and thought there was a mistake. Junior martial brother he smiled and said, "I don't know about this. It's just that Vice Hall Master Shu sent me here to deliver the name list for the secluded Orchid Evening Refinement to Tianmu Peak. Tell me, if I didn't come to Headmaster Chen, would I come to Wu Dalang?" Hearing junior brother he mention the list of Orchid Evening Refinement, not only Chen Fengxiao, but Wu Zhoushu was also puzzled. "There's still a few months until the Orchid Evening Refinement, why are you suddenly talking about this? I also just found out that this year's Orchid Dusk Refinement seems to be brought forward, which is in the next few days. That's why Vice Hall Master Shu sent me here in a hurry, and told me to return to the White Mountain Peak after I finish packing up." "Oh, I see." Chen Fengxiao nodded with a smile. Although he still did not understand, he did not ask anything else after looking at the Wuzhou ruins. Then, junior brother he took out a list from his bosom and handed it to Chen Fengxiao, saying, "Headmaster Chen, this is the list of 35 people participating in the Orchid Dusk Refinement today. Take a look and quickly inform them to pack up and follow me to Bai Yu Peak tomorrow." Okay. Chen Feng took the list with a smile and said while looking at it. This wasn't the first time they had sent disciples to the Yulan Grand Canyon to pick herbs, so he naturally understood the rules. Although the Grass Division disciples weren't too willing to enter the Grand Canyon, this was the Pill Opening Hall Master's personal order, so no one could go against it. Chen Fengxiao roughly looked through the list, then raised his head and said, "Junior brother go and rest first, I'll go." That's not right." Chen Fengxiao suddenly thought of something and immediately raised the name list in front of his eyes. As if he couldn't believe his own eyes, he looked at it carefully again. Then, he pointed at a name and said, "Junior martial brother is this wrong?" Junior brother he was also surprised. How is it written wrongly? Is there a mistake in the name? Seeing this, Wuzhou Ruins also walked forward and looked at the name Chen Fengxiao pointed at carefully. Although the Pill Division didn't participate in the Orchid Dusk Refinement, the list wasn't a secret. Although Wuzhou Ruins belonged to the Pill Division, he didn't avoid anything. Sure enough, when Wuzhou Ruins saw the name, he also said curiously, "Ren Xiaoyao? Isn't this the new medicine boy from the Grass Division? Why was he also chosen for the Orchid Dusk Refinement list?" Chen Fengxiao at the side also said, This Ren Xiaoyao has only been at Tianmu Peak for a month. He seems to be still young, only 14 or 15 years old. How can he have the qualifications to enter the Orchid Grand Canyon? If it was 5 or 10 years later, he would be a very good candidate. This junior brother, he looked at the name written in black and white, and said, "Is there another person in the grass division with the same name?" Chen Fengxiao shook his head and said, "There's only one person, no one else." Then, "I don't know. When I received the list from Vice Hall Master Shu, I didn't look at it carefully. This is also the first time I've heard of Ren Xiaoyao's name." "Junior brother," he said apologetically. This Chen Fengxiao was a little embarrassed. When Wuju Ruins heard this, he suddenly thought of something and his face changed slightly. Looking at the disciple from the pill division, he seemed to have understood something. He took half a step back and looked at Chen Fengxiao without saying anything. "What? Does head leader Chen want to question this list?" Junior brother, he was a little unhappy. No. Chen Fengxiao was startled and waved his hand. "I just feel that this Ren Xiaoyao is still young and not suitable." Junior brother, he laughed. "Head leader Chen, have you not heard of this saying? If you can do it, you can do it. If you can't, you can't. If you can't, you can't. As long as it's someone that our hall master has his eyes on, there's only one word for it. You have no choice but to accept it." Chen Fengxiao said with a smile, That's right. I accept it very much, very much." Hihi, it seems that head leader Chen is very familiar with this person. Furthermore, you said that he's not suitable this year and would be most suitable in 5 or 10 years. Chen Feng listened with a smile. Since he had nothing else to do, he told him about Zhong Xiaohua's participation in the bet. He smiled and said, "In a few years' time, this young man will be invincible on Tianmu Peak. It will be dangerous for him to enter the canyon this year." "Oh, so that's how it is." Junior brother, he suddenly understood and said, "I've heard Vice Hall Master Shu say a few words. This Yulan Grand Canyon's restrictions have been loosened in advance. The danger inside might increase, so it's fine to send more disciples with good martial arts. This is the reason." Wu Zhoushu, who had retreated half a step, also returned to normal. He stepped forward and said, "That's right. Every year, we lose disciples in the Grand Canyon. It must be done appropriately. Although Ren Xiaoyao is young, he is one of the top few in Tianmu Peak. It's only right to send him." Chen Fengxiao pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. What the two said made sense. Although Zhong Xiaohua's martial arts were not as good as the outer sect disciples, he was still much stronger than the ordinary grass sect disciples. His chances of returning alive from the Yulan Grand Canyon were much higher than the others. Thus, it was not unexpected for him to be included in the list of 36. However, a little medicine boy who had just come from Rejuvenation Valley was sent to Tianmu Peak as soon as he arrived at Baiyu Peak. In less than a month, he would be sent to the Yulan Grand Canyon, a place where even the disciples of Pill Excavating Hall would turn pale. This made Chen Fengxiao feel that something was not right. Could it be, however, even if he had this, could it be thought, he did not have the qualifications nor any reason to object. Thus, he reached out and put the list into his bosom. He smiled and said, "All right, junior brother, his task can be considered completed. Let's go. I will set up a banquet to welcome junior brother he. Let your Dan Division's senior brother Wu accompany you." Junior brother, he was also courteous. He cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks to head manager Chen. I have long wanted to drink with the two heads at Tianmu Peak. Now I have finally found the opportunity." However, he looked at the list in Chen Fengxiao's bosom and said, "Head manager Chen, please distribute this list first and let the disciples on the list prepare. They will return to Baiyu Peak with me tomorrow morning." Chen Fengxiao nodded with a smile. Junior brother, he is right. Wu Dalang, accompany junior brother he. I will personally bring the list over and let the selected disciples prepare now. I will definitely not delay junior brother his journey tomorrow. After he finished speaking, he quickly left the hall and instructed the relevant disciples to quickly carry out the list. It was easy to send a list from Baiyu Peak, but the disciples of Tianmu Peak had many things to do. Not to mention handing over their own matters to others, even the preparations before departure, and, cough cough, the arrangements for the future were also extremely troublesome. In the past, the list was sent a few days in advance, leaving 2 to 3 days for the disciples to prepare. How could it be like today, sending the list today and bringing the disciples back to Bayou Peak tomorrow morning? Therefore, although junior brother he had agreed to drink with Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu, he still had to supervise Chen Fengxiao to carry out the selection of disciples first. After Chen Fengxiao had walked away, Wu Zhoushu sat down with junior brother he and said in a low voice, "I wonder if junior brother he has any instructions for me when you come?" Junior brother he nodded and said, "Vice Hall Leader Shu has a message for me, but it is quite difficult to understand." "Haha. Please explain, junior brother he." Vice Hall Leader Shu said to keep an eye on things. Things? Wu Zhoushu could not help but say, then he smiled bitterly and said, "I understand, if I go back and see Vice Hall Leader Shu, please report back to Hall Leader Shu. I will definitely follow Hall Leader Shu's instructions and ask him not to worry." Seeing that Wu Zhoushu understood the meaning of those words, junior brother he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Of course, we are all working for Hall Leader Shu. Wu Dalang is Hall Leader Shu's right-hand man. If there is any opportunity in the future, I hope senior brother Wu can put in a good word for me in front of Hall Leader Shu." "No, no." Wu Zhoushu waved his hand. Junior apprentice brother he is the one who is closest to the water and enjoys the moonlight first. Every day, he works in front of Lord Hall Master, and all the hard work is seen by him. You see, even the important matter of sending the name list was troubled to junior apprentice brother he of the pill department. This shows how important junior apprentice brother he is to Lord Hall Master. Ayo, junior brother his eyes were a little proud, cupping his hands and said, "We are all Hall Leader Shu's subordinates, we will go wherever is suitable, as long as he is satisfied, isn't that our goal?" "Haha, that's right, that's right." On the top of Tianmu Peak, Zhong Xiaohua, who had just finished refining pills, was standing in the sunset and stretching. When he heard Bai Huan telling him about going to the Yulan Grand Canyon, he couldn't help but be stunned. He pointed to his nose and said, "Did you hear it wrong? It's me, Ren Xiaoyao." -3. Chapter 602. When Bai Huan heard this, he said innocently, "Junior brother Ren, what are you talking about? How could I have misheard such an important matter? Just now, Headmaster Chen sent a disciple over and I had to confirm it again and again. I know that junior brother has been training hard and did not dare to let him disturb you. That's why I waited for you to come out. Otherwise, I would have directly asked him to find you." "Haha, thank you senior brother Bai." "Hey, junior brother Ren, it seems that you already know about the Valley Orchid Dusk refinement. I wanted to tell you about it." "Yes, the last time senior brother Lu Lihong came, he talked about it a little. Headmaster Chen said that I may only have the qualifications to enter after 5 or 10 years. I did not expect to be lucky enough to see it this year. But, looking at you, other than being surprised, you don't seem to be panicking at all." "This?" Zhong Xiaohua scratched his head and said, "Isn't it just some wild beasts? When I was young at home, I often went hunting in the mountains. Alas, this guy is now full of nonsense." Bai Huan's face had an expression of "I knew you had never seen it before" and said with concern, "Junior brother Ren, I know that your martial arts are strong, but I still want to tell you that the beasts in the valley are completely different from the ones you have seen before. You must not be careless." Looking at this white fatty who wanted to take advantage of her as soon as she arrived at Tianmu Peak, Zhong Xiaohua felt a warm feeling in her heart. Although some people didn't give people a good first impression, after interacting with them for a long time, she might be able to discover some of their good points. Zhong Xiaohua said with a smile, "Didn't you say that there are outer disciples protecting you? Since their martial arts are so good, and they follow a fixed route and a fixed place to gather herbs, what is there to be afraid of? These are all facts, and these places are relatively safe. However, anything is possible. You don't know, the last time I went there, although I didn't encounter any special beasts, even a jackal killed one of our grass tribe brothers. Sigh, it was not far in front of me. Now that I think about it, I'm scared." Bai Huan's face was filled with lingering fear. Zhong Xiaohua frowned and said, "The outer court disciples didn't notice. Why didn't they stop him?" "Them?" Bai Huan sneered. "They are just escorting us to the herb-picking area. They are only responsible for the safety on the way. When they are picking herbs, they also have to take the trial. How can they take care of us? In other words, when we reach the place where we pick the herbs, there's still a chance that we'll be attacked by those ferocious beasts. Of course, although there are hiding places in the herb-gathering area, our skills are not as good as those ferocious beasts. As long as a ferocious beast appears, there will be casualties. I don't know about others, but at that time, I was extremely nervous. I prayed to the heavens as I picked the herbs." When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, she couldn't help but feel some sympathy and said, "Senior Bai, if that's the case, I feel that the price you gave me last time was too low. How about I give you some more pills?" Bai Huan's hand shook vigorously. Her face was a little red as she said, "Junior brother Ren, please don't say that. In fact, by exchanging herbs for your pills, I have already taken a big advantage. If you continue to say this, I will be too ashamed to show my face." Looking at Bai Huan, Zhong Xiaohua didn't know what to feel. Since that night when he first came to Tianmu Peak, the first person he met was Bai Huan. Bai Huan shamelessly asked him to extort things. Although it was very hinting, Zhong Xiaohua had already labeled him as unwelcome. After that, Bai Huan was instructed by Chen Fengxiao to keep an eye on Zhong Xiaohua. This made him even more displeased. But now that he thought about it, Bai Huan didn't know whether it was because she was afraid of his martial arts or because of other reasons, but she didn't disturb him at all. She only watched from afar and called out to him. She also never rashly entered the cave and only stood at a fixed distance from the cave entrance. "Sigh, you really can't define a person as good or bad." Zhong Xiaohua sighed in his heart. Just like Valley Master Nai of Rejuvenation Valley. He himself thinks that he is a very good person, but Chen Fengxiao thinks that he is a person who is unpardonably evil. Forget it, forget it. I have my own conscience. I will use my own eyes to judge people. How can I care about other people's opinions? Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua reached into his clothes and took out the few blood coagulation pills that he won 2 days ago. He smiled and said, "Senior brother Bai, although I suffered a lot in exchanging pills for herbs because of my lack of knowledge, but you see, you can get these pills after a bet, right? I think that your herb is not bad. It is not bad. Here, take it. Take it as a little brother's compensation to you." A hint of desire flashed in Bai Huan's eyes. However, he immediately shook his head and said, "I really can't accept this blood coagulation pill. Junior brother Ren will face many dangers on this trip. This pill is best for stopping bleeding. It is useful." Then, he said embarrassedly, "Of course, if junior brother Ren can come back safely, it won't be too late to give this pill to me." "Ha ha ha." Zhong Xiaohua laughed and put the pill into his clothes. He said, "Well said, senior brother Bai, it's a deal. When I come back, I will give this blood coagulation pill to you." Bai Huan's face flushed red and he nodded desperately. Then, Zhong Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Senior brother Bai, I have something I want to entrust to you." Bai Huan patted his chest and said, "Junior brother Ren, just tell me what you want. As long as I can do it, even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire, I am willing to do it." "Gosh," Zhong Xiaohua secretly said, "why does this sentence sound so familiar? It's nothing. I wanted to ride my David's deer to the canyon, but I heard from senior brother Bai that there are so many fierce beasts in the Yulan Grand Canyon. My David's deer is the most docile. If I bring it in, I'm afraid there won't be anything left of it. So, I want to ask senior brother Bai to look after my David's deer more during this time. What do you think?" Upon hearing Zhong Xiaohua's request, Bai Huan didn't even think about it. She smiled and said, "Of course you can. Huan is the most obedient. She usually strolls around the peak and never disturbs us. It's almost a piece of cake for us to help you look after her." "Well, thank you so much, senior brother." After that, Zhong Xiaohua let out a low whistle. Hearing the sound, the David's deer Huan quickly ran to Zhong Xiaohua and stuck out its tongue to lick his hand. Zhong Xiaohua didn't know what to say to Huan, so she just patted its bald horn and pointed at Bai Huan. Although the David's deer Huan was a spirit beast, it didn't know what Zhong Xiaohua was talking about. It just tilted its head and looked at Bai Huan, not knowing what to say. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua also secretly laughed. She had overestimated Huan. So, regardless of whether it understood or not, she patted Huan again and pointed at Bai Huan. Then, she signaled Bai Huan to pat the David's deer with her hand. Bai Huan had even seen the fierce beasts in the Yulan Grand Canyon and knew that the David's deer was the most docile. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua's signal, Zhong Xiaohua didn't hesitate to reach out and pat it. However, Huan was different from other animals. When it saw Bai Huan's palm coming, it immediately threw its head to the side and raised its right hoof as if it was about to kick. Its big eyes were still confused, but full of vigilance. Seeing this, Bai Huan smiled bitterly. The task of looking after the David's deer seemed to be not so simple. However, Zhong Xiaohua ignored it and patted Huan's bald horn again. This time, Huan understood. It let out a low hiss and walked away with light steps. Watching Huan leave, Bai Huan said, "Junior brother Ren, your David's deer is very good. It almost understands human nature. It's not easy to take care of it. It doesn't matter, senior brother Bai. If it doesn't see me in a few days, maybe it will understand. I hope so. However, you can rest assured that I don't see you feeding it on usual days. I will treat it like before." "Well, I'm relieved. Please take care of it, senior brother Bai." Zhong Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Well, I'm going to the cave to pack my things. Didn't you say that we would set off early in the morning?" Hearing this, Bai Huan was very surprised. He pulled Zhong Xiaohua and said, "Junior brother Ren, don't tell me, don't you want to hear me talk about the things inside? Before I went to the Yulan Grand Canyon, I used 2 blood replenishing pills to get a senior brother to talk about a lot of things to take note of." Zhong Xiaohua smiled. He had already learned a little about the inside story of the Yulan evening refinement from Chen Fengxiao and had a general idea in his heart. In fact, from his point of view, the experience of the grass sect disciples was definitely not suitable for him. He would never consider which place was safe and which was dangerous. What he wanted to know was where to find the rare herbs. And this, whether it was Bai Huan or Chen Fengxiao, it was impossible for them to know. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua had no intention of asking. He smiled and said, "Thank you, senior brother Bai. When I was drinking with senior brother Lu, I already told him some things. I guess before we set off tomorrow, Headmaster Chen will tell me more. Anyway, we will be under the protection of the outer disciples. Well, if we reach the herb picking area, I will try to be as careful as possible. As you said, danger is everywhere. Even if we are more careful, sometimes we can't avoid it." Bai Huan let go of his hand and said, "Yes, I forgot that Headmaster Chen will definitely take care of junior brother Ren. I did something unnecessary. I accept senior brother Bai's kindness. I will repay you when I return from the Yulan Grand Canyon." After that, Zhong Xiaohua cupped his hands and returned to the cave. Bai Huan watched Zhong Xiaohua's back disappear and return to the cave. She sighed and also turned back to the hut. Entering the alchemy room, the alchemy furnace above the earth fire was still slightly rumbling. Zhong Xiaohua had just refined a batch of blood coagulation pills this afternoon, so the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was still warm. After thinking for a while, Zhong Xiaohua cast a spell on the earth fire. The yellow-green flame gradually extinguished and the sound of the pill furnace also gradually disappeared. There was still some time before the pill furnace completely cooled down. Zhong Xiaohua took the opportunity to tidy up the things in the pill room. -3. Chapter 603. The pill expanding hall's list of participants for the secluded orchid evening refinement had been sent over at just the right time. Zhong Xiaohua had just finished refining a cauldron of blood replenishing pills. If it had been a day earlier, wouldn't this cauldron of blood replenishing pills of Zhong Xiaohua be wasted? Zhong Xiaohua no longer cared about the blood replenishing pill. But even a fly is meat. This was Zhong Xiaohua's motto. He would feel heartache if any of the pills were scrapped. Well, speaking of the blood replenishing pill, this blood replenishing pill was different from the blood replenishing pill that Zhong Xiaohua had refined in Rejuvenation Valley. This blood replenishing pill was refined by Zhong Xiaohua according to the pill formula recorded in the jade slip that she obtained from the pill room. At that time, he actually wanted to refine the Yuhuandan pill, but the main ingredients of the Yuhuandan pill were the ice soul grass and cold light grass. There were also more than 10 kinds of ingredients. Among the herbs that Zhong Xiaohua obtained, not to mention the ice soul grass and cold light grass, there were very few ingredients. Therefore, after checking them one by one again, he had no choice but to refine the blood replenishing pill. The things in the pill room were thrown in a mess. Zhong Xiaohua looked left and right. First, he put the empty jade box into his money pouch. Although he had refined a few cauldrons of medicinal pills, there were still a lot of medicinal herbs left behind. If he brought them all into his money pouch, it would definitely take up a lot of space. Why did Zhong Xiaohua go to the secluded orchid evening refinement? Wasn't it just picking herbs? Although he didn't know the quality of the herbs in the Yulan Grand Canyon, Zhong Xiaohua believed that he would be able to find more if Bai Huan could pick the 40-year-old iron bone grass from there. Therefore, it was better to bring more empty jade boxes. The collected herbs were to be handed over to the pill repository hall, but Zhong Xiaohua was the best at keeping things. She only needed to hand over the same amount of herbs as the others, and the rest of the herbs would belong to her. Cough, cough. Even Bai Huan knew that decades-old spiritual herbs were in her pocket. How could Zhong Xiaohua not know? Moreover, she had this magical money pouch. Even if someone searched her, she wouldn't find it. Then, Zhong Xiaohua's eyes fell on the big package thrown in the corner. She walked quickly to the package and threw the heavy package into the money pouch. Inside was Nai Qianyu's love. Well, Zhong Xiaohua's favorite, especially Zhong Xiaohua's own favorite. She couldn't bear to leave it alone in the pill repository. There was nothing else. Jade slips, celestial tools, and other immortal objects were small and didn't take up much space, so Zhong Xiaohua didn't take them out. However, when she saw the huge 8 trigrams purple gold furnace in the middle of the pill repository, Zhong Xiaohua hesitated. Although the furnace could also be shrunk, it occupied a lot of space. If she put it into the money pouch, those jade boxes and jade bottles on the shelf would be taken out. Therefore, after thinking about it, Zhong Xiaohua gave up. She cast the incantation on the small furnace next to her and put it into the money pouch. Although the small furnace could only refine basic elixirs, if she really wanted to refine elixirs, it might be useful. After looking around the entire pill repository and making sure that she didn't miss anything, she was relieved and prepared to cultivate the array and restriction. However, just as she sat down cross-legged, Zhong Xiaohua suddenly thought of something. She cast the incantation and returned to the cave. Of course, on the other side of the cave, the great wisdom sword was valiantly standing there. Zhong Xiaohua reached out and picked up the heavy sword. She casually drew a sword flower, completely ignoring its weight. Previously, when Zhong Xiaohua traveled the Jianghu, this heavy sword was carried by Huan Huan. But now, in consideration of Huan Huan's safety, it was placed on the top of Tianmu Peak. Then, this heavy sword had to be carried by Zhong Xiaohua herself. On the way to the Yulan Grand Canyon, there would be many disciples of the pill repository hall with her. With so many people, this heavy sword would inevitably be eye-catching. Moreover, to be honest, it would be inconvenient to ride a horse or a carriage. Which horse could carry this heavy sword? Which carriage could carry this heavy sword? Zhong Xiaohua held the heavy sword in front of her. Her other hand slowly stroked the sword from the hilt to the tip. She used her hand to feel the uneven undulations of the heavy sword. She said to herself, great wisdom, you won't have the chance to shine now. You'd better stay here obediently. Of course, this heavy sword couldn't be left in the cave. Zhong Xiaohua carried the heavy sword back to the pill repository. She inserted the heavy sword next to the pill repository. Then, she clapped her hands and sat down again. She didn't believe that the pill repository hall's disciples would discover this pill repository. After cultivating for a while, Zhong Xiaohua came out of the cave. She was about to practice the imperial wind technique. But when she released her divine sense, she found that the annoying fly Zhu Shuming was still hiding on a big tree not far away, staring at the direction of the cave. Well, that's strange. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. Normally, Great Guardian Zhu would go back to eat at this time. He doesn't even come here at night. Why is he still here today? Hehe, this guy is lazy. If you're a stalker, shouldn't you change your location often? Not only you won't feel lonely, but I can also look around to increase my sense of achievement. But you, on the other hand, are clinging to that tree and not letting go. Well, that tree is indeed luxuriant and easy to hide in, but this Xiaoxia has already found you. Every time I see you, I know where you are. What's the point? Come on, stalking is also about professionalism. After which, Zhong Xiaohua curled his lips. With a twist of his body, he fled far away. When he reappeared, he did not exert any strength in his legs. Instead, he flew up like a gust of wind. His tall and thin figure drifted freely in the night sky of Qianmu Peak. Zhong Xiaohua practiced for the whole night. She didn't return to the elixir room until late at night. Nothing happened during the night. The next morning, when Zhong Xiaohua finished practicing her punching skills and walked out of the cave, she saw Bai Huan, who usually slept until late in the morning, standing neatly beside her hut, quietly waiting for her. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua come out empty-handed, Bai Huan was obviously stunned and asked, "Junior brother Ren, you're not going down the mountain now?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "I'm ready. I have nothing to bring. Do you want me to bring a jade box to hold herbs?" "That's not necessary. Our elixir hall's carriage has prepared a jade box. You just need to take it when the time comes. I mean, your package when you go up the mountain." "Oh, that." Zhong Xiaohua reached out and pretended not to know. She took out a bottle of elixirs and said, "I have all the necessary elixirs with me. Why do I need a package?" "This." Bai Huan looked at Zhong Xiaohua's cave and reminded her, "The things in your package are precious. You must put them away properly." He, "Thank you for your reminder, senior brother Bai. I have put those things away properly. As for where I put them, I'm sorry, senior brother Bai. I won't say it even if you beat me to death." "Oh, you won't say it even if you beat me to death?" Bai Huan smiled and said, "You're just." Before he finished his words, he heard someone laughing behind him. "Junior brother Bai, what's the matter? You won't say it even if you beat me to death?" Zhong Xiaohua didn't need to turn around to know that the person who spoke must be Zhu Shuming, the great guardian Zhu, who had been squatting on the tree all night. Hearing this, Bai Huan quickly turned around and said with a smile, "Oh, senior brother Zhu, why are you at the top of Qianmu Peak so early today?" Zhu Shuming looked at Zhong Xiaohua and said, "Isn't it because junior brother Ren is going to the Yulan Grand Canyon today? Wu Daling sent me to pick up junior brother Ren." "I see." Hearing this, Bai Huan looked at Zhong Xiaohua with envy and said, "Wu Daling sent someone to pick up junior brother Ren. Sigh, back then, comparisons are odious." Zhong Xiaohua also cupped her hands and said, "Thank you, Wu Dalang, for your hospitality. I've troubled senior brother Zhu to climb up so early." "Not at all. It's what I should do." Zhu Shuming said modestly and then asked, "Why did junior brother Bai say I won't say it even if you beat me to death?" "This." Bai Huan was a little hesitant and looked at Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua said, "It's nothing. I was just talking to senior brother Bai about something." Senior brother Bai was imitating my tone. "Oh, I see." Hearing this, Zhu Shuming did not ask and said, "It's getting late. Junior brother Ren, junior brother Bai, let's go down quickly. Don't let Headmaster Chen and Wu Daling wait for too long." That's right. Let's go down quickly," Bai Huan said with a smile. When the three of them reached the waist of the mountain, they saw that the empty space in front of the courtyard was already lined up neatly with carriages. At a glance, there were more than 50 carriages. Beside these carriages, there were many disciples taking things from the carriages. Other than some tools, there were more jade boxes containing medicinal herbs. When they walked into the courtyard, the entire courtyard was already filled with people. They seemed to be the disciples of the grass division who were participating in the orchid evening refinement this time. In terms of age, most of them were around 25 years old. Of course, there were also some who were older. These disciples were in a group with their heads lowered as they talked about something. Their expressions were all different. Some were nervous, some were excited. The only thing they had in common was that everyone was just clenching their hands, revealing the restlessness in their hearts. Looking up, the place where the words welcoming Lu Lihong were hung was also hung with a red curtain. On it, there were large words written with ink that was still wet, a warm farewell to the disciples of the grass division who are participating in the orchid evening refinement. The glory belongs to you. Zhong Xiaohua had just stood still when she saw a group of people walking out of the hall. At the front was the head of the grass division, Chen Fengxiao. Behind him was a disciple who looked unfamiliar. At the end was the head of the pill division, Wu Zhouxu, and the rest. Seeing Chen Fengxiao and the rest walk out, everyone in the courtyard shut their mouths and turned to look at Chen Fengxiao. Chen Fengxiao and the rest walked under the red curtain and stood in a row. Chen Fengxiao stood in the middle and looked at the disciples in the courtyard. He slowly nodded, coughed, and said loudly, "To the disciples of the grass division who are about to participate in the orchid evening refinement, now, as a senior brother, I have a few words to say to you." -3. Chapter 604. After sending Zhong Xiaohua to the courtyard, Zhu Shuming and Bai Huan went out. The courtyard was filled with grass division disciples who were heading to the Yulan Grand Canyon. Zhong Xiaohua came late and stood at the back. He released his spiritual sense and took a look around. He had only been on Tianmu Peak for a little more than a month, and after the bet, he had stayed on Tianmu Peak. He did not know most of the people here, but he felt that their faces were familiar. Among the crowd, there were 4 small groups. Zhong Xiaohua looked around and saw 3 people in the middle of the small groups. Weren't they the 3 people he knew? These 3 people were 3 of the 6 great arhats. They were the 3rd, Qian Zibai, the 4th, Sai Huinan, and the 6th, Liu Quan. The disciples in the 3 small circles clustered around the 3, obviously following their lead. In the last circle, there seemed to be a slightly valiant disciple standing in the middle. However, he did not look familiar. He must be someone with some martial arts. At this moment, Chen Feng said with a smile, "Today is a day that the grass division disciples of Tianmu Peak can be proud of. Today, 96 of the grass division disciples of Tianmu Peak have passed the strict examination of the Hall Master of Pill Sprouting Hall. They will enter the Yulan Grand Canyon and undergo the training of Yulan Evening Refinement to become a true grass division disciple. Our Pill Sprouting Hall will have another solid force that has gone through the test of blood and fire. I am proud of you. The disciples of Tianmu Peak are also proud of you. You are the hope of Tianmu Peak in the future. Yulan Evening Refinement is a great hall for training and cultivating talents. For every hot-blooded grass division disciple, what can be more prideful and proud than this opportunity? You are my brothers and disciples of Pill Sprouting Hall. You can become a member of Yulan Evening Refinement, which means that you will selflessly contribute everything for the benefit of Fragrance Division and Pill Sprouting Hall. As a member of Fragrance Division, a member of Pill Sprouting Hall, and a member of Tianmu Peak's Grass Division, what can be more meaningful than this life experience?" Just when the blood of the Cow clan and the others was boiling, Chen Fengxiao changed the thread of discussion and said, "Of course, everyone has their own mission. You are not the disciples of Wuming Hall, you are the elites of Pill Expansion Hall. Your mission is to pick the most precious spiritual grass in the Yulan Grand Canyon. Hehe, although this work is simple, it is the most important. Although the outer sect disciples were highly skilled in martial arts, what could they do if they were injured? They can only ask for help from our Pill Expansion Hall's medicinal pills, but what about our medicinal pills? It's the spirit herbs that you've harvested. Therefore, all of you are the main characters of this time's Orchid Dusk refinement, and only all of you can obtain the protection of the outer court disciples." Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua looked around. Hehe, luckily there were no disciples of Wuming Hall. Otherwise, someone would have already pulled Chen Fengxiao down. Chen Fengxiao continued to encourage, Based on this, all of you are the main characters of this time's Orchid Dusk refinement. Since you are the main characters, then you have to protect your own lives. Remember, only the brothers that are alive can be my brothers. Only when all of you come back alive can I hold a celebratory feast for all of you on Tianmu Peak to welcome the heroes of Tianmu Peak back. Great! Everyone in the hall cheered thunderously. Seeing that his persuasion was effective, Chen Fengxiao looked at junior brother He and said with a smile, "Junior brother He, why don't you say a few words?" Junior brother He quickly waved his hand and said, "Headmaster Chen must be joking. Although I was sent by Vice Hall Leader Shu, I am still a disciple of the Pill Division. This occasion is not suitable for me to speak." After he finished speaking, he looked at Wu Zhoushu. Wu Zhoushu also nodded and said, "Headmaster Chen, this is a grand occasion for your Grass Division. If our Pill Division were to interfere, it would be very inappropriate. I have never said anything, so junior brother He can forget about it." Chen Fengxiao smiled and nodded. Of course, this was outside of his expectations. He was just being courteous. Although he described the Orchid Dusk refinement as a great event, everyone knew that this was a life and death trial for the Grass Division disciples. How could a Pill Division disciple have the qualifications to speak here? Even if he was the hall leader's envoy, he still couldn't. After pondering for a moment, Chen Fengxiao smiled and said, "Although the spiritual grass is important, we still have to cherish our own lives. This time, the hall leader has arranged for us to enter the Yulan Grand Canyon. Other than Qian Zibai, Sai Huanan, and Liu Quan, who have never entered the Grand Canyon, there is also our Grass Division's Ren Xiaoyao. I think that if there is no special reason, it would be best for all of you to unite together and help each other. In the special environment of the Yulan Grand Canyon, the Grass Division's spirit of being able to endure hardships and struggle, and work hard to achieve our life goals." Zhong Xiaohua stood outside of the crowd. At first, he didn't attract any special attention. Even if someone saw him, they would think that he had come to join in the fun. Now that they heard Chen Fengxiao's words, the disciples present were all surprised. They whispered to each other and then looked up to look for him. After all, Zhong Xiaohua had already shown his talent in the gambling fight. No one would deny that he was a rising star. A disciple whose martial arts were not inferior to any of the Grass Division's Arhat disciples, who could unite with Ren Xiaoyao in the Orchid Dusk refinement team, would definitely greatly increase their chances of survival. Therefore, when they saw Zhong Xiaohua, the disciples who didn't have time to unite around the three Arhats quietly moved towards Zhong Xiaohua. When all the disciples turned around and saw Zhong Xiaohua helplessly raised his hand and greeted everyone. The three Arhats didn't say anything. They simply raised their hands and didn't move. The people around the other robust disciple couldn't stay still. Even the robust disciple was about to move to the back. Seeing this, Chen Fengxiao hurriedly shouted, "Brothers, don't move. There is still a period of time for everyone to prepare. You are free to form groups. Ian, the last thing I want to say is..." But at this time, the Grass Division's disciples were no longer in the mood to listen to Chen Fengxiao. They all secretly glanced at Zhong Xiaohua. They all wanted to be the first to establish a good relationship with Zhong Xiaohua. If they encountered any danger in the Orchid Grand Canyon, Zhong Xiaohua would lend them a hand. Chen Fengxiao was tactful and didn't say anything more. He roughly talked about some things to pay attention to and then indicated that they were dismissed to rest. Following Chen Fengxiao's gesture, several disciples walked towards Zhong Xiaohua with smiles on their faces. Zhong Xiaohua slightly frowned, but didn't avoid them. He knew that this trip would be dangerous. These disciples were all putting their lives on the line to pick the herbs. If he could help them, he would definitely do so. Several disciples came over, but before they could speak, they heard a voice from behind, "Junior brother Ren, hello. I've heard a lot about you. I always see you in the gambling arena, but I haven't had the chance to get to know you. This time, I'm very happy to see you and be able to travel with you." Zhong Xiaohua looked up and saw that it was the robust disciple who was surrounded by the other disciples. In the blink of an eye, he came from far away. This Qing Gong wasn't just powerful. When the previous disciples heard this person speak, they tactfully moved to the side. The robust disciple approached and cupped his hands. This one is Lu Chaoxian. Greetings to junior brother Ren. Zhong Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and immediately returned the greeting. Greetings to senior brother Lu. Good, good. Lu Chaoxian nodded his head and said as if he was familiar with him, just now, several of us disciples were saying that among our Tianmu Peak's grass division disciples, other than the 6 great arhats, only junior brother Ren is highly skilled. If you can bring us into the Yulan Grand Canyon, there shouldn't be any danger. But you're still young and have just arrived at Tianmu Peak. This time, you definitely won't enter the canyon. So we were secretly praying, who knew, he. Zhong Xiaohua rolled his eyes in annoyance and secretly said, Brother, I can understand your feelings, but there's no need to drag me in for your safety. Hehe, but they're all pitiful people. There's no need to be calculative. Besides, who knows if these words are true or false? He said, Hehe, it seems that the heavens have heard senior brother Lu's prayers. They immediately sent this little brother to escort you. Lu Chaoxian was a little embarrassed. He forced a smile and said, This time, there are more disciples entering the canyon. 3 arhats probably won't be able to take care of all of them. So, several brothers elected me. When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, he waved his hand and said with a smile, That's just right. I'll also join in. How about I join in with you? Lu Chaoxian hurriedly explained, I didn't mean that. I was thinking that junior brother Ren's martial arts are superior. It's better for you to be the leader. Zhong Xiaohua chuckled, There's no need for that, senior brother Lu. Didn't you just say that I've just arrived at Heaven Eye Peak? I don't even know where the Yulan Grand Canyon is. How can I be the leader? Don't worry, from the moment we depart, I'll be by your side to protect you. What do you think? When Lu Chaoxian heard this, he was overjoyed. He immediately bowed and said, How can that be? At this time, Chen Feng and Wu Zhoushu walked over. Chen Feng said with a smile, Junior brother Lu, you don't have to be so polite. Every time we enter the canyon, our grass division will have a disciple with superior martial arts to lead us. This is a convention. Although Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts are not bad, he doesn't have much experience and doesn't know much about our pill-expanding hall. You just have to reluctantly take care of these disciples who think highly of you. If you have something you can't handle, let junior brother Ren take care of it. When Lu Chaoxian heard this, he smiled and said, Then this one will listen to head Chen's instructions. But this one won't accept the cut as the leader. It's better to let junior brother Ren stay. Zhong Xiaohua was stunned and asked, Cut as the leader? What's that? Chen Feng laughed and said, See, junior brother Ren doesn't even know this. How can he be the leader? The surrounding disciples all had smiles on their faces. Lu Chaoxian explained in a low voice, when the leader protects everyone, he has to deal with the ferocious beasts that he encounters. And after returning from the Yulan Grand Canyon, the disciples under your protection will take out some of their rewards to thank you. This is the cut. Zhong Xiaohua suddenly understood. So that's how it is. It seems that her efforts were not in vain. -3. Chapter 605. In Zhong Xiaohua's mind, since they were all disciples of the grass division of the Pill Tower Hall, how could he just stand by and watch if someone else was attacked by a beast? It was just a matter of lifting a finger, and he wouldn't think of any reward, so he didn't need this commission. But now, Zhong Xiaohua was already familiar with people's hearts and the ways of the world. If he didn't want this commission now, presumably those disciples who were united with him would feel uneasy, and even feel that he wouldn't do anything to protect them. So it was better not to say it, and he could only reject it when he came back. Of course, if there was something very rare, Zhong Xiaohua might not refuse. Moreover, this commission was already a convention. If Zhong Xiaohua immediately broke it, it would incur the wrath of the crowd, and the 3 arhats who were watching by the side wouldn't accept it. So, when Zhong Xiaohua heard this, he also smiled and said, That's great, you can rest assured. Just because of your commission, I will ensure that you have a safe journey. Ha, ha. The disciples next to him laughed. Since they heard Zhong Xiaohua's guarantee with their own ears, their hearts were at ease. Lu Chaoxian was a discerning person, which didn't match his heroic image. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua agree, he said to the crowd, "Let's go, we'll pack up and set off immediately. Since you let me be the leader, you should listen to me, and don't let junior brother Ren worry about these trivial matters." Finished speaking, he cupped his hands towards Chen Fengxiao and the others, and led the disciples out of the courtyard. Seeing the disciples leave, Chen Fengxiao said, "Little brother, yesterday I asked someone to invite you down to talk to you about the Yulan Grand Canyon. However, I heard that you were still cultivating, so I didn't dare to disturb you. Anyway, junior brother Lu is also an old man, and received the news early, so he has a good understanding of the situation there. Just listen to him along the way." Zhong Xiaohua was very grateful, and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your concern." "Hihi, no need." Chen Feng smiled and said, "You are going to be an expert of our Tianmu Peak in the future. If I don't take good care of you now, when you become an outer disciple in the future, I won't even be able to flatter you." When junior brother He, who had come from White Mountain Peak, heard this, he could not help but size up Zhong Xiaohua a few times, his heart filled with astonishment. Wu Zhoushu also smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren, the Yulan Grand Canyon is very dangerous. I just told you about it the day before yesterday, but I didn't expect to send you there now. Let's not talk about anything else, I just wish you a safe return." "Thank you for your concern, Dalang." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and bowed. "All right, let's get out of here. It's getting late, let's not delay the journey." Chen Feng smiled and said, "It's also the first time Shidi he is doing this kind of thing, don't make it difficult for him." Junior brother he nodded with a smile. So the group of people went out of the courtyard. At this time, dozens of carriages were ready. The disciples driving the carriages all got on the carriages, and the other disciples all stood on the ground. Wu Zhoushu smiled and said, "Head Chen, I don't see many outstanding disciples in your grass division. How come when you encounter this Yulan dusk refinement, the disciples you bring out are all more imposing than my Dan division disciples?" Chen Feng smiled and said, "There is a saying, good steel should be used on the blade. Why are you showing off when you're with your brothers?" "Alas, you don't say, looking at these brothers, my heart is really..." Wu Zhoushu comforted him, "They'll be back in a few dozen days. With a few arhats leading them, they might not necessarily be in trouble. Look at your trip, you didn't even lose a single hair." "That's because my character is good." Chen Feng grinned and said, "But, the problem is that I only have 6 arhats. Now, 3 of them are gone, and there's also Ren Xiaoyao. If there's any accident, this bet that just evened out will be suppressed by your Dan department." Zhong Xiaohua, who was walking at the side, was speechless for a while. Could it be that after becoming the big boss, his perspective of thinking was different? After that, Zhong Xiaohua looked around and saw Lu Chaoxian quietly waving at him from the back of the carriage. He said, "Headmaster Chen, senior brother Lu is over there. Can I go with him?" Chen Feng smiled and nodded, "Yes, this carriage is for 2 people. Since he called for you, he must have already arranged it. Just go over." Zhong Xiaohua was about to speak when Wu Zhoushu opened his mouth and asked, "Eh? Where are the things you packed?" "That's right, don't you still have the David's deer? Why don't I see it?" Zhong Xiaohua shook his head and said, "I heard that there are groups of fierce beasts in the Grand Canyon. This David's deer is not their opponent. It's better to let it eat grass at the top of Tianmu Peak obediently. I'll leave everything to senior brother Bai. Let him take care of it. Senior brother Bai has been with the David's deer for many days, so it should be fine." "So it's like that." Wu Zhoushu nodded thoughtfully. Zhong Xiaohua cupped his hands and bid farewell to the 2, then quickly walked to Lu Chaoxian's side. After that, Chen Feng went to Chen Zibai, Sai Huanan, and Liu Quan to give a few instructions. Only then did he wave his hand, indicating for the disciples to wait for the carriage. When everyone got on the carriage, junior brother he also got on his horse. He cupped his hands and bid farewell to Chen Fengxiao and the others, then led the convoy on their way. When the convoy was far away, Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu turned around. Chen Fengxiao's expression was somewhat sad. I don't know how the orchid dusk refinement will be this year. How much can my 96 grass department disciples turn around? Sigh, let's leave it to the heavens. Maybe we can all return safely, we can't all. Pay, what depressing words are you saying? Orchid dusk refinement has been here for so many years, but it has never been as depressing as you say. Even when yellow wind and black lightning wreaked havoc, there were only 20% more casualties than usual. That's right. Since you know, why think so much? Sigh, I'm just afraid that something will happen to these people. I still have to find people from other places. It wasn't easy to gather 6 Ahats. Why did Lord Hallmaster send out 3 all of a sudden? My grass department's strength has dropped by quite a bit. Just keep looking. It's not like you haven't encountered this kind of situation before. As the two talked and walked, not far away, Great Titan Zhu Shuming stood quietly under a tree. When Wu Zhou saw him, he said, "Headmaster Chen, I'll go and see what's the matter." Millimeter, all right. Chen Fengxiao nodded and walked away alone. After Chen Feng left, Zhu Shuming walked to Wu Zhoushu's side. Wu Zhoushu asked, "Did you find anything?" Zhu Shuming bit Wu Zhoushu's ear and whispered for a while. Wu Zhoushu nodded with a smile and snorted, "Then it's easy." Zhong Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian sat in the carriage and traveled for half a day before arriving at White Mountain Peak. Along the way, Lu Chaoxian explained the details of the orchid dusk refinement in detail. Zhong Xiaohua memorized them one by one. He was not too worried about his own safety. Outer sect disciples could train, what was he afraid of? It was just that he had promised to protect and unite his own disciples, so he had to be prepared in advance. When they arrived at White Mountain Peak, it was close to dusk. They just happened to bump into the carriages from Three Reeds Peak. There were already over 100 carriages, causing White Mountain Peak to be in a panic. Fortunately, this orchid dusk refinement was only held once every 5 years. Although the disciples on White Mountain Peak were a little flustered, they did not make any mistakes. 200 people and over 100 carriages were properly arranged. On this White Mountain Peak, Zhong Xiaohua could no longer enjoy the preferential treatment she had on Tianmu Peak. She was assigned to a small room for 4 people by the reception disciples of the Pill Expanding Hall. However, the 2 people in the room were very tactful. When they saw Zhong Xiaohua enter the room and frowned, they immediately found an excuse and slipped away to another room, leaving only Lu Chaoxian and Zhong Xiaohua. Although Zhong Xiaohua could not bear it, thinking that she still had to cultivate at night, she did not stop them. Lu Chaoxian's face had a ready-made expression. Although being the head was not a matter of the Pill Expanding Hall, it was still a matter of adhering to the old rules. If he could not even enjoy the treatment of 2 people in a room, then what kind of head was he? Subsequently, Zhong Xiaohua followed the disciples of Tianmu Peak and stayed on White Mountain Peak for 3 days. Three Reeds Peak and Tianmu Peak were slightly closer to White Mountain Peak, so they arrived on the same day. The mountain peak was slightly further away, so they arrived in the afternoon of the second day. After squeezing all 300 people together for a long time, Zhong Xiaohua was somewhat impatient. She whispered to Lu Chaoxian, "Senior brother Lu, didn't you say you were going to enter the Orchid Grand Canyon? Why did you stay on White Mountain Peak for 3 days?" Hearing this, Lu Chaoxian smiled bitterly and said, "Junior brother Ren's thinking is too simple. Disciples of the Pill Expanding Hall are not the only ones participating in the Orchid Evening Refinement. All the suitable disciples of the Fragrance Cult are also participating. We are just going to pick herbs. Inner disciples and outer disciples, that is the real trial. Moreover, to enter the Yulan Grand Canyon, there must be an order. The first is of course the inner sect disciples, followed by the inner sect disciples, such as the alchemists and blacksmiths, followed by the outer sect elite disciples, and finally, the Cleansing Jade Hall, Chenkuan Hall, and our Pill Sprouting Hall, and other outer sect disciples who need to be escorted by the outer sect disciples. Of course, these outer sect disciples are also going to participate in the trial by fire, but compared to the previous outer sect disciples, they are just a little bit worse. Oh. Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said, "It seems that we still have to wait for a while." "Maybe." Lu Chaoxian said, "We need to be escorted by the outer disciples." This depends on the arrangement of the wombing hall. In fact, every time we enter the canyon, it takes several days. Adding the time we take to come out, a month of trial is only 20 days. Zhong Xiaohua said with a smile, if that's the case, then can senior brother Lu take me out for a walk? This is the second time I've come to White Mountain Peak. The last time I came, I was in a hurry and didn't pay attention to it. Now that I have some free time, why don't we look around? And also experience the prestige of our pill-expanding hall? Lu Chaoxian was a bit embarrassed, since we are already disciples of the Tianmu Peak, although the White Mountain Peak is the headquarters of the pill-expanding hall, but we should not casually walk around. If junior brother Ren is bored, you wait for a while, I'll ask the disciples on duty where we can stroll around. -3. Chapter 606. Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua knew that the rules of Baiyu Peak's Pill Repository Hall were very strict. He was only acting on a whim and did not want to cause any trouble for others. He shook his head and said, since that is the case, there is no need. Senior brother Lu, you can sit in the room, I will take a stroll in the courtyard. Lu Chaoxian nodded and said, don't go out if you can. There are many people coming to Baiyu Peak at this time. Although the 300 of us are not much in Baiyu Peak, we are still ordinary disciples. If we break the rules for no reason or go to a place where we should not go, then we will be in big trouble. Zhong Xiaohua asked curiously, how big of a trouble? If we break the rules and receive some punishment, wouldn't it be better if we don't go to Orchid Canyon? Lu Chaoxian looked around and whispered, junior brother Ren, don't be careless. You are new here and do not know much. Moreover, you came to our Tianmu Peak. Tianmu Peak is a place far away from the emperor. As long as you do not provoke Headmaster Chen, then everything will be fine. Actually, the rules of our fragrant religion are quite strict, especially for the male disciples and the disciples of our ordinary halls. Let's not even talk about making a big mistake that could cost you your life. Even if it's just an ordinary mistake, you'll be whipped for a light punishment, or even have your limbs broken for a heavy punishment. Ah! Zhong Xiaohua was shocked. After he came to the fragrant religion, he had always felt that the sect was very harmonious. Although there was some filth between the senior and junior brothers, it was human nature. However, he had never thought that there would be ironclad rules behind the harmony. However, after thinking about it, he understood. He did not know how many people there were in the fragrant religion. Just the Tianmu Peak's Pill Repository Hall alone had thousands of people. If there were no rules, how could there be so many people? However, he was somewhat puzzled about the different rules between men and women. He asked softly, Senior brother Lu, why are the rules so harsh for male disciples? Lu Chaoxian smiled and said, our fragrant religion's leader is a woman, and most of the elders are women. Only those old consecrators are mostly men. Moreover, it is said that the most powerful martial arts in our religion are suitable for women to cultivate. Therefore, although there are both male and female inner sect disciples, most of the female disciples have higher martial arts than the male disciples, and their status is also higher. Then, she said sadly, Tilda, I didn't know before, but when I found out about the situation in the sect, I regret not being born as a girl. Lu Chaoxian's faint tone gave Zhong Xiaohua goosebumps. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He smiled and said, Senior Marshal Brother Lu, don't be sad here. I'll go out for a walk. Yes, I won't go far. Don't worry. After saying that, he scampered off, fearing that something might go wrong. Translator, Transan editor, Transan. The courtyard used by the opening Dan Hall to receive the trial disciples was quite large. It was located in a corner of the mountain and was some distance away from the main building of the opening Dan Hall. Although the courtyard was large, it was crowded with many people. Zhong Xiaohua saw a lot of disciples strolling around. A few of the disciples who were good at socializing were greeting the people they met. When they saw those who were strong, they went forward and tried to get close to them. Zhong Xiaohua sighed. It wasn't that these disciples were unscrupulous. After all, they were forced by the situation. If they could find a backer, it would be more of a guarantee. Tianmu Peak had its own gambling fight. A few Luohan could be relied on. The other peaks might not have such good conditions. It was good enough to find some disciples who had some martial arts. Fortunately, Zhong Xiaohua was dressed in ordinary clothes. With his thin stature, how could people who didn't know him think that he had high martial arts? No one went forward. Only the disciples of Tianmu Peak's grass division saw him and nodded respectfully. They made way for him. Zhong Xiaohua also smiled and nodded, hurriedly passing by. Walking out of the courtyard, there was a dense forest. Although it wasn't big, it was enough to block people's eyes and ears. Zhong Xiaohua quickly walked in and made a hand seal, burrowing into the ground. When he poked his head out, he was halfway up Baiyu Peak. There were many different kinds of herbs growing here. It was flourishing. It was probably the grass division's territory. Seeing that there was no one else, Zhong Xiaohua used the Imperial Wind technique and rushed to the top of the mountain. Although the Imperial Wind technique consumed a lot of qi, but when used, it was 2 times faster than the levitation technique. And with Zhong Xiaohua's practice, the speed was still increasing. Moreover, Zhong Xiaohua liked the feeling of floating. Therefore, the current Zhong Xiaohua had long regarded the Imperial Wind technique as his own Qinggong. Not long after, Zhong Xiaohua arrived at the top of Baiyu Peak. The peak of the Whiteyu Peak was similar to the Tianmu Peak, above the Sea of Clouds. If one only looked at the Sea of Clouds, it was not much different from the Tianmu Peak. However, the peak of the Tianmu Peak was empty, while the Whiteyu Peak was filled with small houses. It wasn't strange that there were houses at the top of the mountain. What was strange was that there were dozens of weapon-wielding disciples standing guard outside. They all looked very alert. Zhong Xiaohua had only wanted to come up Baiyu Peak to look at the scenery and cultivate. He didn't expect to see a secret place in Baiyu Peak. Thinking about how he hadn't seen many disciples along the way, Zhong Xiaohua suddenly understood. Perhaps this was the place that Lu Chaoxian had said should not be here. Rubbing his chin in thought, Zhong Xiaohua quietly burrowed into the ground and headed towards the bottom of the house. But before he could get close, he was blocked by a faint layer of restriction. Could this be an extremely secret place in Baiyu Peak? There's actually an immortal Dao restriction. Zhong Xiaohua thought to himself. He had the ability to break the restriction, but he didn't know if breaking the restriction would attract the attention of others. He had only come here out of curiosity, not to cause trouble. So, Zhong Xiaohua expanded his divine sense again and found that this restriction was only a part of it. Not far away, there was no restriction at all. Estimating that there was only a corner of the house, Zhong Xiaohua circled around the restriction and headed in that direction. When he emerged from the ground, his divine sense swept out and he couldn't help but be shocked by the scene before him. This was a dark underground room without any light. Zhong Xiaohua had burrowed out from a corner of the room. In his divine sense, the entire room was a large pool, and there seemed to be a large cage in the pool. The pool emitted a foul stench that made Zhong Xiaohua feel nauseous. What is this place? Zhong Xiaohua was not surprised. Then he took out a luminous pearl. The luminous pearl's light was limited and could only illuminate a distance of 3 kai, but just this 3 kai radius was enough for Zhong Xiaohua to have a general understanding. In the corner where Zhong Xiaohua was standing, the ground was covered in black stains and seemed to be very greasy. Walking a few steps forward, there was a large metal shelf. There were some strange things on the shelf, like hooks, some metal rods, and some brushes. Beside the metal shelf was a rather large platform, and on it was also extremely dirty. Looking carefully, the stains were actually congealed blood stains. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua could not help but gasp. He seemed to have understood something. Zhong Xiaohua had gone through a lot of life and death situations when he came out of the Guozhuang house. Although he had been captured by Qin Shiyu of the Tenri sect and tortured for a confession, he had been served with great self-restraint and skill by pressing his acupoints. He had not been directly tortured. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua saw everything in front of him. How could he not understand that this was the dungeon of the Tuoden Hall, a place used to imprison prisoners or disciples who had violated the sect rules? Perhaps this platform full of bloodstains was the place where they tortured for a confession. Well, looking up again, there was a vertical shelf not far away. It was as tall as 2 people. There were some nails on it and some ropes on both sides. It was similar to the shelf where pork was hung in Butcher Liu's house. Needless to say, it was the place where people were hung. Zhong Xiaohua immediately shuddered. Although he had been wandering in Jianghu for a long time, he had never been to such a gloomy place. How could he not be afraid? At that moment, Zhong Xiaohua's heart stirred. He formed a seal and the night illumination pearl flew into the air and into the pool in the middle of the room. Just as Zhong Xiaohua expected, there was a person curled up in a cage in the middle of the pool. The person's body was stiff and it was obvious that the person had long since stopped breathing. Zhong Xiaohua felt a chill. No wonder there was a silhouette in the cage just now. The cage was narrow and small, only the size of a child. At that time, he did not think of anything else. When he saw the torture instruments on the wall, he thought that the cage might be another kind of torture instrument. When he moved the luminous pearl closer to the surface of the water, he saw that in the dark water, there were white skeletons from time to time. He did not know how many lives had been strangled in this small pool. In an instant, Zhong Xiaohua's heart was filled with anger. He knew in his heart that the fragrant cult had been peaceful in a remote area and had not encountered any foreign enemies for many years. Who could the life in the pool be? Except for those who had violated the sect rules, perhaps it was an enemy who had been captured from the outside. Speaking of enemies, in recent years, it was estimated that it would be the Misty School. When he thought of the Misty School, and then associated it with his second brother, and the skeleton in the pool, Zhong Xiaohua could not help but twitch the corner of his eyes. However, when he took the luminous pearl in his hand, he already had a plan in his heart. This was the dungeon of the Misty School, which was the most ordinary hall of the fragrant cult. The Misty School was now a hall of the fragrant cult and was under the protection of the last disciple of the cult leader. Presumably, there were some necessary interrogations or torture, but it would not be carried out in this hall. The corpse in front of him most likely had nothing to do with the Misty School. If this person was still breathing, Zhong Xiaohua might have reached out to help and ask for the reason. But this person had been dead for who knows how long, so Zhong Xiaohua did not need to do anything superfluous. Sigh. Zhong Xiaohua sighed. He had long lost interest in finding out the truth. Pinching a spell, he directly escaped from the dungeon and returned to the mountain path of the White Mountain Peak. At the top of the White Mountain Peak, the scenery was unique. The sea of clouds was vast, and the fragrance of medicine was faint. But at this time, Zhong Xiaohua did not have the leisurely mood he had when he first arrived. There are more chapters. -3. Chapter 607. Zhong Xiaohua had seen the dungeon at the top of Baiyu Peak and then looked at the scenery of the mountain. How could he still be in the mood for leisure? He only felt that behind this fairyland, there was incomparable darkness and incomparable blood. Seeing that there was no one around, he used the imperial wind technique to head to the mountainside. The mountainside of Baiyu Peak was still a little cold and cheerless, not as lively as Tianmu Peak. There were not many people watching over the medicine fields on the peak, as if it was barren. Presumably, the disciples of the Pill Tower Hall knew that the peak was an important place in the hall, or perhaps it was the rules of the Pill Tower Hall. They would only come here when they were working, and no one would come near on normal days. Zhong Xiaohua's consciousness could not reach far, and he did not know if the back of the mountain was the same as Tianmu Peak, the Pill Department's territory. If it was any other time, Zhong Xiaohua would not be so honest and would have long gone there to take a look. But at this time, he had just seen the dungeon and his mood was very gloomy, as if his interest had waned. After a while, seeing that he was nearing the mountainside, the number of disciples on the mountain gradually increased. Looking at their leisurely faces, it seemed that they did not have much to do with the secluded orchid evening refinement. Seeing so many people, Zhong Xiaohua did not dare to show his face outside, and went straight into the ground, towards the forest behind the small courtyard. When he returned to the courtyard, he suddenly found that it was completely silent, and there was not a single person. Oh, no! Zhong Xiaohua was shocked. Could it be that in such a short time, All the disciples participating in the trial had already set off. When he came to his small house, he saw that some things inside were not packed, and was slightly relieved. Just as he was about to go out, he heard the door being pushed open with a bang, and in came senior brother Lu Chaoxian. When senior brother Lu saw Zhong Xiaohua standing there in a daze, he did not care about his modesty and went forward to grab him, and scolded, "Junior brother Ren, where did you go? Why did you disappear in a short while? Go, go, Vice Hall Master Shu called us for a lecture." Who was Vice Hall Master Shu? However, in the entire pill repository hall, he was second only to one person and above tens of thousands of people. He was also someone that Lu Chaoxian could not even dream of. It was no wonder that he was so panicked. Zhong Xiaohua's expression was indifferent as she explained, "I just went for a walk in the forest at the back. I didn't go anywhere." Lu Chaoxian tugged at Zhong Xiaohua's sleeve. Only then did he realize that the person in front of him was a master of martial arts. He was afraid that he had angered her by scolding her just now. Hence, he hurriedly explained, "Junior brother Ren, please don't blame me. It's just that the person who sent the message just now specifically said that Vice Hall Master Shu wants to meet the disciples of our Tianmu Peak. Isn't it because there are a few outstanding people in our Tianmu Peak? Let's not talk about the 3 arhats, the next one is you, Junior brother Ren. This is a great opportunity to show your face in front of the Hall Master. If you can catch the Hall Master's attention, won't you become a frequent guest of the White Mountain Peak? In any case, it's better than working in broad daylight at Tianmu Peak. No one can see you." Zhong Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He naturally knew that he had been discovered by Vice Hall Master Shu on the first day he had arrived at White Mountain Peak. He really had a discerning eye. He had caught him, a fake medicine boy, and sent him far away to Tianmu Peak. Now, even if Vice Hall Master Shu wanted to meet him, he would definitely not be treated as a talent, much less recommend himself. Seeing that Zhong Xiaohua was still taking his time, Lu Chaoxian was a little anxious. He had seen slow tempers before, but he had never seen someone so slow. He couldn't help but tug at Zhong Xiaohua's sleeve again, pulling him outside. Zhong Xiaohua had no choice but to follow Lu Chao. He went straight out of the courtyard and ran towards a bigger courtyard. Just as he turned a corner, he saw a familiar face. Wasn't that Yang Yarrow? Yang Yarrow was also in a hurry. He came from the front and didn't see it clearly. He just glanced at it casually and then continued to move forward. But then he was stunned. He turned around and shouted, "Ren Xiao Yarrow?" Zhong Xiaohua had already seen Yang Yarrow. But when he saw that Yang Yarrow was in a hurry, he knew that something had happened. Plus, he was also running towards the courtyard, so he didn't stop to greet him. Now that he heard his name, he quickly stopped. Even Lu Chaoxian stopped. Yang Yarrow was considered an elder of the Grass Division and often went out. Most of the Grass Division disciples on Tianmu Peak knew him. Thus, the two of them went up to greet him. Yang Yarrow didn't look at Zhong Xiaohua. Instead, he said to Lu Chaoxian, "You are Lu." Lu Chaoxian quickly said, "I am Lu Chaoxian, a disciple of Tianmu Peak's Grass Division. I am Chen Fengxiao's subordinate. The last time you went to Tianmu Peak, I paid my respects to Martial Uncle Yang. Oh, I was wondering why you looked so familiar." Yang Yarrow slapped his forehead and said, "Martial Nephew Lu is here to participate in the secluded Orchid Evening Refinement. Vice Hall Master Shu is giving a lecture in the courtyard. You better go quickly. Don't get caught red-handed." Lu Chaoxian said awkwardly, "Many thanks for Martial Uncle Yang's teachings. I just went to find Junior Brother Ren. I will go now." "Junior Brother Ren?" Yang Yarrow was stunned. He turned and asked, "Ren Xiao Yarrow, you are also participating in the secluded Orchid Evening Refinement?" Zhong Xiaohua scratched her head and said, "Yes, Martial Uncle Yang. I followed the senior brothers of the Grass Division to White Mountain Peak." Ridiculous tilde Yang Yarrow stomped his foot and said, "How old are you? You just entered the pill hall. How can you be chosen this time? Wait here, I will go." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong. Who was he? If he went to Rejuvenation Valley, He would be considered a steward of the incense cult and would be treated well by Valley Master Nai. But in the Pill Hall, even if he met a junior like Lulihong, he would still have to give way. First, it was due to the modesty of a senior. Then, Zhong Xiaohua's quota to go to the secluded Orchid Grand Canyon was personally appointed by Vice Hall Master Shu. He was only a senior disciple of the Grass Division. What confidence did he have to find the Hall Master? Even if he found his backer, Old Man Purple Ginseng, he probably wouldn't open his mouth for such a small matter. Seeing that Yang Yarrow didn't finish speaking and stopped with hesitation in his eyes, Zhong Xiaohua didn't know what was going on. She smiled and cupped her hands, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Marshal Uncle Yang. However, since the Pill Hall has already decided on the list, it's too late to change it now. It's all my fault. I didn't think that Marshal Uncle Yang would be in the Pill Hall. If I had told you earlier, there would have been some leeway." Haha, that's right. This secluded Orchid evening list was personally drafted by Vice Hall Master Shu and then decided by the Hall Master. It's really not nice to mention it now. Nephew Ren, you can go first. When I have the chance, I will come to your place to see you. Yang Yarrow took advantage of the situation and said with a smile, "I have other important matters to attend to. You can go quickly. Vice Hall Master Shu is giving a lecture." The two of them bid farewell to Yang Yarrow and hurried to another courtyard. On the way, Lu Chaoxian asked with some surprise, "Junior brother Ren, I see that Marshal Uncle Yang seems to be very familiar with you. Moreover, he seems to be very protective of you. You've known each other for a long time, right?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "I'm a medicine boy from Rejuvenation Valley. I came all the way to the incense cult, so of course I'm familiar with him. If we're talking about deep friendship, do you think I would be thrown under Headmaster Chen of Tianmu Peak?" That's true. Headmaster Chen probably doesn't like medicine boys from Rejuvenation Valley. Lu Chaoxian scratched his head and said, "However, Headmaster Chen seems to value junior brother Ren very much. I think you might be our second master in the future." Seeing the second master again, Zhong Xiaohua was greatly embarrassed and said, "Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about it after we safely return from Yulan Grand Canyon." While they were talking, they had already arrived outside of Vermilion Gate. Zhong Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian looked at each other and tiptoed inside. At this time, the entire courtyard was full of disciples from various peaks who had come to Whiteyou Peak to participate in the trial. Next to them were some burly men who were the disciples on duty from Pill Repository Hall. Each of them stood in different positions. When these disciples on duty saw someone come in, they were first startled. Then, looking at their attire, they slightly frowned and looked elsewhere. Zhong Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian had just stood at the back of the crowd when they heard Vice Hall Master Shu say, "That's all I have to say for the time being." What I just emphasized was discipline. In Yulan Grand Canyon, this discipline is the most important. Only iron-like discipline can guarantee your lives. However, you haven't even set out yet. Just in our Pill Repository Hall, there are people who have openly violated the discipline. I, a dignified Vice Hall Master of the Pill Repository Hall, am here to talk about my experience and the things you need to pay attention to during the Yulan evening refinement. However, there are some people who have no regard for discipline and treat me as nothing. Hearing this, the entire courtyard was in a mess. Everyone looked around, looking for the rat excrement that had stirred up the pot of porridge. Zhong Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian looked at each other in dismay. Lu Chaoxian's face was even more ashen. Vice Hall Master Shu then pointed at Zhong Xiaohua's side and said, "You, that thin and tall young man, and the one next to you, come over here. I want to ask you, why did you come so late? You have no regard for discipline. How can you preserve your lives in the Yulan evening refinement? If I don't teach you properly, won't you lose your lives in the Grand Canyon for no reason?" Immediately, hundreds of pairs of eyes looked at Zhong Xiaohua's side. Their eyes were filled with luck, sympathy, blame, and even envy. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua frowned slightly and gritted his teeth. He was really puzzled. However, this was not the time for him to hesitate. When he saw Vice Hall Master Shu waving his hand, he pulled Lu Chaoxian's sleeve and the two of them walked towards Vice Hall Master Shu. Along the way, the disciples all made way for them. Vice Hall Master Shu, who was on the stage, was still smiling when he saw the two of them approaching. He looked like an elder who was ready to scold a child who had made a mistake. He said with a reproachful tone, "I had already sent someone to the courtyard to call you. I also told you clearly when you entered the courtyard that if there was nothing urgent, you should stay in the courtyard. How could you be late?" -3. Chapter 608. Hearing Vice Hall Master Shu's question, Lu Chaoxian glanced at Zhong Xiaohua, not knowing if he should tell the truth. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua took a step forward and cupped his hands in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Greetings, Vice Hall Master Shu. I am Ren Xiaoyaro, a medicine boy from Tianmu Peak's Herb Department." Vice Hall Chief Shu looked at Zhong Xiaohua with interest and said, "I'm not asking for your names. I just want to know why you're so bold to be late in public." Zhong Xiaohua said, "Before I explain, I want to say something first." "Well, go ahead." Vice Hall Chief Shu nodded. "This is my senior brother from the Grass Division. He wasn't late just now. He just found that I wasn't here, so he went back to find me. I think if Hall Chief Shu wants to punish me, I'll take responsibility. What do you think?" Vice Hall Chief Shu clapped his hands and said, "Good. Since you, an apprentice, know how to repay kindness, why can't I, a Hall Chief, distinguish right from wrong?" Since he remembered the absence of you, his junior brother, and was afraid that you would be punished, he took the risk to look for you. This is something worthy of praise. This is also the care and concern I mentioned earlier. His reason is so good, I naturally won't punish him." Then he turned to Lu Chaoxian and said, "Is what he said true? Did you come to this yard just now?" Lu Chaoxian said in a panic, "Junior brother Ren is telling the truth. When I came to this yard, I didn't know that Vice Hall Chief Shu was going to scold us. I didn't know that it was you who was going to scold us until I saw you sitting here drinking tea. Then I knew it was important and hurried back to find junior brother Ren." "Good. You're a loyal man." Vice Hall Chief Shu patted Lu Chaoxian's shoulder and said, "Go back. Since you said that I was drinking tea just now, you must have arrived at the yard on time. This reason is very obvious." Lu Chaoxian looked at Zhong Xiaohua and his eyes flashed. He wanted to say something to Vice Hall Chief Shu, but he didn't have the courage to say it. He lowered his head and hurried to the back of the crowd. At this time, Vice Hall Master Shu smiled at Zhong Xiaohua and said, "What about you? Do you have any dignified reason?" Zhong Xiaohua shook her head, saying, "When Vice Hall Master Shu summoned us, I was indeed not in the house, but I also did not go far. I was in the little forest behind the courtyard, but I was too engrossed in admiring the beautiful scenery of the White Mountain Peak and forgot about the time." "Hee." Vice Hall Master Shu laughed and said, "You're still listening to the pretense of culture? You can actually appreciate the beauty of the small forest? I don't know how many times I've passed by that forest in a year. How come I've never noticed anything different?" Zhong Xiaohua said, "Beautiful scenery always happens inadvertently. Deputy Hall Chief Shu is only focused on the affairs of the Hall of Mind. How can he have the leisure to look at the wild flowers by the roadside?" "Well, you're right. I'm worried about the affairs of the Hall. Even if you go to the Yulan Grand Canyon, I have to tell you the things you need to pay attention to. How can I see the beautiful scenery in your eyes?" Vice Hall Master Shu nodded and said, "Since you didn't come to the field on time, and also walked around, violating the rules of the station. You say, how should I punish you?" Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua's mind flashed with the pile of torture instruments in the dungeon of the White Mountain Peak. Her eyes narrowed. This one has just arrived at the missionary religion. I don't know the rules like the back of my hand. I ask Vice Hall Master Shu to enlighten me. See, I knew it. These rules should be learned from the first day you entered the missionary religion. You should have firmly memorized the rules in your heart. If you could have memorized the rules earlier, how could you have made the mistake you made today? Zhong Xiaohua was speechless. After coming to the missionary religion for so long, who had ever mentioned the word rules to her? This was not her fault. As long as she bowed again, she said, Vice Hall Master Shu's teachings are correct. I ask Vice Hall Master Shu to punish me. Vice Hall Master Shu was very satisfied with her attitude. Twirling his beard, he said, well, although you made a mistake, you can still correct it. Your attitude is very good. According to your mistake, it can be light or heavy. The light punishment is neglecting your teacher and being punished with hard labor for a few days. The heavy punishment is disobeying the hall master's orders. Either 80 lashes, or breaking the tendons in your legs. Sigh, Zhong Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and secretly said, no wonder there are so many torture instruments in the dungeon. This punishment is too harsh. Just because I was a little late, they broke my tendons. Truly inhumane. However, listening to his tone, it seems that there is still room for negotiation. H, it's best if you don't make this young master angry. Otherwise, I will make a mess of your White Mountain Peak. At this point, Zhong Xiaohua no longer cared about keeping a low profile. She steeled her heart. As long as Vice Hall Master Shu dared to arrest her, she would show off her might and kill White Mountain Peak. Sure enough, Vice Hall Master Shu's tone changed and said, but seeing that you are still young and have just arrived, you lack key points and do not understand the rules of the religion. Well, the key point is that the punishment is not the goal, it is only the means. Our goal is to punish the past and save the future. In addition, you still have to participate in the secluded orchid evening refinement. This hall master will allow you to redeem yourself. As long as you pick the 100-year-old ice soul grass, I will exempt you from your punishment. 100-year-old ice soul grass? Zhong Xiaohua stared blankly. Even the disciples in the audience looked at each other. Although their eyes flashed with disbelief and their mouths were muttering, under Vice Hall Master Shu's prestige, no one dared to whisper. Ice soul grass was one of the main ingredients to refine the Yuhuandan pill. This was something that Zhong Xiaohua knew. But whether it was easy to find the 100-year-old ice soul grass in the secluded Orchid Grand Canyon, Zhong Xiaohua did not use his head. Instead, he used his heels. Well, or looking at the expressions of the audience, Zhong Xiaohua knew that this was definitely not an easy matter. However, it seemed that Zhong Xiaohua did not have much of a choice. He could either agree to Vice Hall Master Shu's suggestion and atone for his crimes, or accept Vice Hall Master Shu's punishment and receive the torture of breaking his tendons. Needless to say, the latter would definitely force Zhong Xiaohua to kill Bai Yefeng, completely disrupting Zhong Xiaohua's original plan. There was no need to consider at all. Zhong Xiaohua immediately chose the former. Although the 100-year-old ice soul grass was rare, it was not impossible to find it in the secluded Orchid Grand Canyon. Of course, if it really did not exist, then it was fine to fight when the time came. Thus, Zhong Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, then I thank Vice Hall Master Shu for his great kindness and for allowing me to make up for my crime. Well said, Ren Xiaoyao, I like to support the younger generation the most. If you can pick the 100-year-old ice soul grass, I will immediately exempt you from punishment. Vice Hall Master Shu laughed, his eyes revealing an imperceptible feeling. Of course, if you can't pick the qualified ice soul grass, then don't blame us for being impartial. Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said, that's how it should be. Well, you can go down. I hope you can live up to my expectations. Vice Hall Master Shu waved his hand, but no one knew whether he hoped that Zhong Xiaohua would be able to pick the ice spirit grass or not. Zhong Xiaohua bowed again and walked back. Along the way, he did not know how many eyes were filled with schadenfreude. It was not until he came to the side of the Tianmu Peak's disciples that those eyes were replaced with worry. As soon as Zhong Xiaohua stood still, Vice Hall Master Shu on the stage announced that the trial was dismissed. He let the disciples who participated in the trial return to their rooms. It seemed that the purpose of this lecture was to find trouble with Zhong Xiaohua. Along the way, Zhong Xiaohua did not speak and just walked with his head down. Lu Chao was blaming himself on the side, complaining from time to time that he was stupid. He did not expect Zhong Xiaohua to come to the small forest behind the courtyard. He also complained that he should not have dragged Zhong Xiaohua to the venue. If he did not come, how could the hundreds of disciples realize that two people were missing? Or if he did not come to find Zhong Xiaohua naturally would not come to the venue. If one person did not come, even if Vice Hall Master Shu had discerning eyes, he might not know. The disciples next to him were also worried, but did not speak. Until they reached Zhong Xiaohua and Lu Chao's room, several disciples saw that there was no one around and said, "Junior brother Ren, you are in trouble. Although this Yulan Grand Canyon is rich in spirit grasses, it needs to be picked every 5 years. The older ones have been picked long ago. Not to mention the 100-year ice soul grass, even the 50-year-old ones are rare." At this time, Lu Chao said, "It's all my fault. Junior brother Ren, if I did not pull you over, this would not have happened." Lu Chao said I for a long time, but could not say a complete sentence. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Senior brother Lu, don't worry. You are doing this for my good, how can I not know? I can't thank you enough in my heart, so how can I blame you? Senior brothers are also very reasonable, but since Hall Master Shu has placed a difficult problem there, this little brother can only accept it. If you want to blame someone, blame this little brother for being impulsive and wanting to go out for a walk. It can only be considered as fate." The disciples who heard this all sighed. In fact, with hundreds of people staying in this courtyard, it was very depressing. Many disciples had already gone out for a stroll, but they did not find anyone who would accuse them of violating the church's rules. Zhong Xiaohua usually did not go out, but just after going out, she was caught red-handed. If it was said, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. It was not excessive at all. But Vice Hall Master Shu said it in a dignified manner. All the disciples, including Zhong Xiaohua, were speechless. Then, Zhong Xiaohua comforted everyone, "Don't worry about me. Since senior brother Lu Lihong was able to pick centuries-old ginseng in the canyon, maybe I can also find centuries-old ice spirit grass." When a skinny disciple heard this, he interrupted, "I occasionally heard from the seniors of the grass division that senior martial brother Lu obtained the old ginseng by chance. After he collected some herbs in the herb gathering area, he felt that there weren't any rare herbs. Thus, he took the risk and relied on his superior martial arts to force his way out of the safe area and ran into the forest far away before he found the old ginseng. But it was in that forest. Later on, some brothers who heard the news went there again, but they didn't find anything. Moreover, after a few of them were killed by ferocious beasts, they didn't dare to leave the safe area anymore." "Oh, I see." Zhong Xiaohua began to understand. There are more chapters. -3. Chapter 609. After hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua had a rough idea of what was going on. The herbs in the herb gathering area were harvested once every 5 years. There might be some spirit herbs left, but there were definitely no spirit herbs that were more than 100 years old. However, the Yulan Grand Canyon was very big. Even if there was no activity in the herb division, it didn't mean that there were no other places. Although other places were dangerous, would Zhong Xiaohua be afraid? However, Zhong Xiaohua didn't explain it to everyone. After comforting him for a while, they sighed and left. At this time, the news of the pitiful Zhong Xiaohua being punished by Vice Hall Master Shu had already spread throughout the entire courtyard. This classic example of a negative example had an immediate effect. No disciple dared to casually take half a step out of the courtyard. They all obediently stayed in their rooms, quietly waiting for the arrival of silent orchid evening refinement. While the disciples were laughing at Zhong Xiaohua himself was peacefully sitting cross-legged in a corner of the small house, carefully comprehending the Tao of Heaven. 2 days later, Yang Yarrow still didn't come. On this day, it was early in the morning. Zhong Xiaohua woke up early as usual and went to the woods outside the courtyard to practice the Big Dipper magical fist. When he returned to the small courtyard, he saw that the whole place was in an uproar. Everyone was walking back and forth, shouting something. This made Zhong Xiaohua frown. "What's going on? Every time I go out, I will encounter trouble." At the door, Lu Chaoxian had already looked around countless times. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua return, his face was overjoyed. He stepped forward and said, "Junior brother Ren, did you go to the woods again? This time I wanted to go there to find you, but I was afraid that the hall master would send some news. I didn't dare to leave." Zhong Xiaohua used his chin to point at the disciple who was walking back and forth. He whispered, "Is it Vice Hall Master Shu's idea again?" "Ha ha." Lu Chaoxian laughed. "He is our Dan Hall Master. How can he make fun of us for no reason? Today is the day we are really going to the Yulan Grand Canyon. Just a moment ago, a disciple came over and told us to get ready. We have to gather outside in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Look, the brothers who drove the carriage have already left. I am waiting for you here. Oh, the things in the house have also been packed. Since you don't have anything left, we are just waiting for you to come back. Let's prepare to go out." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "If that's the case, then that's for the best. Staying at White Mountain Peak is better than staying at Tianmu Peak. It's better to come less often in the future." Lu Chaoxian looked at the busy disciples around him and said with some disappointment and frustration, "You should wait until we come back from the Yulan Grand Canyon. Moreover, even if you don't like to come here, you can't stop the number of disciples who want to come here." Ha ha ha. Zhong Xiaohua laughed out loud, causing the nearby disciples to roll their eyes in confusion. They saw Zhong Xiaohua casually patting Lu Chaoxian's shoulder and said, "Senior brother Lu, I still haven't thanked you for your previous protection. Today, I feel very comfortable listening to your words. All right, this trip to the Yulan Grand Canyon, you will follow me. I will guarantee your safe return." Oh! Lu Chaoxian was astonished in an exaggerated manner. He cupped his hands and said, "Then this Lu's 200 jin weight will all depend on junior brother Ren. When the time comes, you must take care of me. Even if you have to carry me, you must carry me back." Seeing Lu Chaoxian's appearance, Zhong Xiaohua naturally knew that he didn't really believe her. She smiled and said, "Forget it. If senior brother Lu says so, then it's better to carry this little brother. This little brother only weighs 100 jin. Yen, that's true." Lu Chaoxian said in a deadpan manner, "Junior brother Ren should eat a little more. You are now growing, so you can't lack food. That day when I dragged you to listen to Vice Hall Master Shu's lecture, your body seemed very light." Zhong Xiaohua was somewhat moved and said, "I know, senior brother Lu. I will pay attention to it." Then, not long after, they heard someone standing at the gate of the courtyard shouting, "All disciples, quickly gather. The time limit is half an incense stick." Thus, the disciples who had been waiting in the house rushed out of the courtyard. Zhong Xiaohua was about to leave, but was pulled back by Lu Chaoxian. Zhong Xiaohua curiously said, "Only half an incense stick's time. Senior brother Lu, if we don't hurry, I'm afraid we will be caught by others." Lu Chaoxian shook his head and said, "There are more than 300 people in this courtyard. Although the gate is big, it is not enough for dozens of people to squeeze through at the same time. You see, isn't it already crowded at the beginning?" The voice of the disciple who gave the order just now is very young. It is different from before. He is an inexperienced rookie. Let's wait for a while. When they have all squeezed through, we will go over. Zhong Xiaohua sweated profusely. No wonder Headmaster Chen didn't let her be the leader. This Lu Chaoxian's experience was really not ordinary. She really couldn't predict this kind of situation. Sure enough, the gate of the courtyard was crowded with people. There were more than 10 people watching coldly from the surroundings. Only after half an incense stick's time had passed did the 300 people pass. Then, the rest of the people who were watching the excitement didn't dare to delay and quickly walked out. The carriage of the Tianmu Peak's grass division was at the back of the convoy. Zhong Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian's carriage were at the back. Zhong Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian hurried to the side of the carriage and put the things on it. Before they could rest, they heard a loud voice in front of them, "All disciples, listen up. The orchid evening refinement is now setting off. All disciples please sit in the carriage and line up in an orderly manner." Then, they heard a burst of music. It was another group of young medicine apprentices who were holding musical instruments and playing at the side. Translator, transan editor, transan 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 translator, transan editor, transan. The carriages from Tianmu Peak were at the back, so they didn't have to worry about anything. They just had to follow the advance and retreat of the carriages in front. The motorcade moved forward, heading straight south. They left at dawn and stopped at night. It was not just one day. It was the morning of the third day. They arrived at another towering mountain. Zhong Xiaohua stood at the front of the motorcade and looked up at the lush mountain. She could not help but ask, "Senior brother Lu, which mountain is this?" Just as Lu Chaoxian was about to speak, the carriage in front of them stopped and a voice came from the front, "Rest for a meal." Lu Chaoxian smiled and said, "Can't junior brother Ren guess it?" "Oh," Zhong Xiaohua patted her forehead and said, "This is the Black Tomb Peak where Wuming Hall is located." Black Tomb Peak. Lu Chaoxian had a strange expression and said, "Who told you that Wuming Hall is at the Black Tomb Peak?" Zhong Xiaohua scratched her head and said, "Last time senior brother Lulihong came to our Tianmu Peak and said that he was at the Black Tomb Peak. I think that's where Wuming Hall is located." "I see." Lu Chaoxian had an envious look on his face and said, "You're actually talking to senior brother Lu. I'm so envious. Moreover, senior brother Lu never tells us too much about his privacy. I didn't expect senior brother Lu to be at the Black Tomb Peak." Then he said, "Wuming Hall has jurisdiction over the Dragon Head Peak and the Black Tomb Peak. Among them, the hall is located at the Dragon Head Peak. Our Pill Expansion Hall, Heaven and Earth Hall, Shuyu Hall and other disciples who need the protection of outer disciples to enter the valley need to go to the Dragon Head Peak to meet up with the disciples they sent out for the trial and then go to the Yulan Grand Canyon together. Our Pill Expansion Hall has always been the last to enter, so this should be the last batch of disciples waiting for Wuming Hall to take the trial. Then how many people will they send to protect us? I heard from the senior brother in the past that the number of people sent is not fixed, nor is it determined by the number of disciples we have, but by the number of disciples they send out for the trial. It varies every year." "Oh, I see." Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua looked back at the 4 carriages behind him and frowned slightly. When Zhong Xiaohua came down from the Heaven Eye Peak, he had already faintly become the 4th leader after the 3 Arhats. There were 92 disciples of the Grass Division on the Heaven Eye Peak, and they were divided into 4 groups. Although Zhong Xiaohua's group was small, there were still about 17 or 18 people. However, after he was reprimanded by Deputy Hall Master Shu at the White Mountain Peak and atoned for his crime by meritorious service, nearly half of these 17 or 18 people gradually left him. Zhong Xiaohua saw this and didn't say anything. When they arrived at the front row of carriages, there were only 4 carriages behind Zhong Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian. Even Lu Chaoxian's face showed an extremely embarrassed expression. It was said that the world was unscrupulous, and Zhong Xiaohua had encountered this before. However, he only picked one more ice soul grass than the others, so he didn't need to be so nervous. Therefore, looking at the 4 carriages behind him, the 8 people who were extremely confident in him, and Lu Chaoxian, although Zhong Xiaohua didn't know how dangerous the Yulan Grand Canyon was, he still made up his mind to protect them to the best of his ability. Not long after, they saw dozens of steeds galloping down from Dragon Head Peak. Although Dragon Head Peak was steep, these dozens of people were able to gallop down with ease. They were actually very proficient in the saddle and horse, and their martial arts were extremely high. Soon, these people went down the peak and stopped in front of the Pill Sprouting Hall's carriage. The disciple holding the sword in the front talked with the disciple in charge of chores in front of the carriage for a while, and then shouted to the back. The outer court disciples behind him responded, patted their bodies, and dismounted, and went straight to the Pill Sprouting Hall's carriage. Then, there were 4 or 5 carriages with 2 disciples on each side, and they came in turn. When it was almost Zhong Xiaohua's carriage, there weren't many outer court disciples left. A disciple wearing a brocade martial attire and holding a sword, who wasn't very tall, was sitting in the carriage. From time to time, He would look at the grass sect disciples sitting in the carriage, and nodded his head with a smile. It wasn't until he saw Zhong Xiaohua that a smile appeared in his eyes. He moved his horse forward, came to the front of the carriage, and said with a smile, "Junior brother Ren, we meet again." -3. Chapter 610. Wasn't this disciple in embroidered robes the former elite disciple of the herb division, Lu Lihong? Zhong Xiaohua was also overjoyed to see Lu Lihong. She cupped her hands and said, "Senior brother Lu, are you going to participate in the orchid evening refinement?" "Congratulations, senior brother Lu, I wish you success in your trial." Lu Lihong was also full of smiles. He held his sword and cupped his hands. "Thanks to junior brother Ren's auspicious words, I will definitely pass this trial." At this moment, seeing Lu Lihong riding his horse to guard the back of the carriages, the Tianmu cottage disciples, who had just looked at Lu Lihong in confusion and ignored them, were all elated. With bright smiles on their faces, they began to discuss softly. Who was Lu Lihong? He was an existence that surpassed Chen Fengxiao, the #1 master of Tianmu Peak. He was the idol of the herb division disciples of the pill division. Be a man and be Lu Lihong was not said for nothing. Since he had such a powerful outer disciple as his guard, wouldn't the Orchid Grand Canyon be a piece of flat land? Previously, they were still a little nervous, but now, they were completely relaxed. If not for the rules of the Pill Division Hall and the previous lesson of Zhong Xiaohua's punishment, they would probably be shouting and cheering loudly. Lu Lihong seemed to know what the disciples were thinking. He rode his horse forward and walked to the middle of the herb division team. He raised his hands and cupped his hands to the front and back. The Tianmu Peak disciples in the carriage, as well as the disciples from the other peaks in front, all stood up when they saw their idol being so humble. They cupped their hands in return and gave him a thumbs up in their hearts. What a master! Lu Lihong's action was obviously not in line with the rules. Several Wuming Hall disciples frowned slightly, but they did not say anything. It was an indisputable fact that Lu Lihong was a disciple of the Pill Division Hall. What could you say when he greeted his former brothers? However, Lu Lihong was quite a good person. He smiled and nodded to the senior brothers of Wuming Hall next to him and quickly turned his horse back to the end of the line. He was about 10 feet away from Zhong Xiaohua's carriage. At this time, the last 2 Wuming Hall disciples also rode over and followed closely behind the Pill Expanding Hall team. When everyone was in position, the disciple of Wuming Hall who rode back to the high ground waved his hand and said something to the person in front of the carriage. Then, the carriages started to move slowly again. The disciples of Wuming Hall rode on horses and escorted the carriages of the Pill Expanding Hall on both sides. Nothing was said along the way. The entire caravan moved forward quietly. Only the sound of hooves and the clanking of carriages could be heard. Although Lu Lihong had some connections with the grass sect disciples, he was not familiar with them. There was no reason for him to chat with them. Moreover, the other outer sect disciples looked very arrogant. They sat quietly on their horses and closed their eyes to rest. They ignored everyone. The disciples of the Pill Sprouting Hall were also sitting quietly in the carriage. They seemed to have been instructed to follow the rules on the road. Although there were a few quick-witted disciples who wanted to trick Lu Lihong, they did not dare to break the rules in public. Zhong Xiaohua liked this kind of situation the most. She also sat cross-legged in the carriage and closed her eyes to cultivate. Lu Chaoxian beside her only knew some flowery martial arts and had never practiced internal strength. Seeing this, he also knew that Zhong Xiaohua was working hard. He also sat quietly beside her and did not dare to say a word. At this time, on a mountain ridge shrouded in a faint white mist, in front of a row of very exquisite stone houses, stood dozens of women in palace clothes. These women all had graceful figures, and most of them were wearing masks, so their faces could not be seen clearly. The one in front was dressed in green. She looked at the ridge and did not say a word. After a long while, the white fog on the ridge became thinner. A ray of sunlight passed through and directly shone on the grass in front of the stone houses. The woman in green turned around and said, "Junior sisters, the time has come." You can do your own things. I won't say anything else. Just pay attention to your safety. Don't be careless. The restriction of the Yulan Grand Canyon has a time limit. 1 month later, you must return here. If you encounter any danger, you can send a signal. The junior sisters beside you can come to your rescue. Yes, senior sister Chen Chen, we know. The woman in green was actually the extremely careless Chen Chen. It was funny that she was reprimanding the other junior sisters for their carelessness. Seeing the junior sisters respond, Chen Chen was still not at ease. Remember, 1 month later, you must return here. Although I don't know what special dangers there are in the Yulan Grand Canyon, as long as the disciples don't go out before the restriction closes, including the outer and inner disciples, they will not come back. Beside her, a girl in light red clothes smiled and said, "Senior sister, don't worry. Before we came out, Master had clearly told us that we wouldn't take our lives as a joke. Please let us go quickly. This 1 month's time may be long, but if we were to look for opportunities, find some spiritual herbs and the like, it would be extremely short." Chen Chen listened and smiled. "Do you think I want to say more? Didn't you see what Uncle Sect Leader said when we came in yesterday? Your safety is in my hands. How can I not care?" A woman said, "Among all the junior sisters, only senior sister Chen Chen has left the incense cult. She has also walked through the Jianghu. Naturally, we will follow senior sister Chen Chen's lead. You don't need to be modest." Okay, I won't say more. Just like Uncle Sect Leader said yesterday, be careful. If you encounter any danger, send a signal. Let's go." Chen Chen impatiently waved her hand. Seeing Chen Chen let them go, the inner disciples who had been eager for a long time were all happy. They smiled and said, "Then we will go first, senior sister." After saying that, their bodies floated up and glided a few feet in the air before slowly landing on the ground. Without waiting for their bodies to stop, they tapped their feet on the ground again. Without leaving any traces on the ground, their bodies rose up again. It was really elegant and graceful. Their posture was even better than ethereal sect's ethereal steps. These inner sect disciples' Qigong was so high that even Zhong Xiaohua, who was practicing the real levitation technique, could not compare with them. For a time, the mountain was full of colorful and beautiful figures, dazzling the eyes. Seeing that all the junior sisters had gone down the mountain and went in different directions, Chen Chen turned back and said to the last woman who hadn't moved, "Let's go." The last woman was wearing a pale yellow palace dress, without a veil on her head. Her long black hair was tied up at the top of her head and then scattered behind her head. She frowned slightly on her white face. Hearing Chen Chen's words, she nodded and said, "I will listen to senior sister." After saying that, she didn't move. Chen Chen was stunned and frowned, saying, "You go first." The woman bit her lip and said, "I don't dare to walk in front of senior sister. If I tell you to go, then go. Why are you so hesitant?" Chen Chen said angrily. The girl was taken aback. Her eyes were slightly watery. She gritted her teeth and flew down the mountain ridge. This girl's Qigong was not bad. If she was placed in the Jianghu, she would cause a sensation. However, compared to those inner sect disciples, she was much weaker. Looking at the woman's clumsy figure, Chen Chen shook her head and said, "In this case, why did you do it in the first place?" As soon as Chen Chen finished speaking, a firm voice came from the woman in the air. "In this case, I did it in the first place." However, as soon as the words left her mouth, the woman's inner breath became chaotic. Her body suddenly fell towards the sharp rocks on the mountain ridge. The woman hurriedly circulated her inner breath, wanting to stabilize her body, but how could she do it in such a hurry? She was about to fall and get hurt, but she still gritted her teeth and forced herself to hold on. She didn't say a word for help. At the critical moment, a hand stretched out and pulled her sleeve. The woman took advantage of the force and pulled herself up again. At this time, the woman's white face had already turned red. It was Chen Chen who stretched out her hand. Chen Chen pulled the woman's sleeve and stepped on the ground very leisurely. Then, with a little force, the two of them floated down the mountain like fairies. The woman's sleeve was pulled by Chen Chen. She got a chance and whispered, Senior sister, thank you for your help. Ha. Chen laughed and said, I thought you didn't know how to speak. You're so stubborn. In the future, how can you find a good husband? The woman's body tilted and she almost fell to the mortal world again. Senior sister Chen's thinking was really good. Seeing this, Chen put more force in her hand and brought the woman to her side, laughing. After a long while, she asked, Junior sister, do you think I'm calling you Meng? Or should I call you Zixia? The caravan of the Tuoden Hall left at dawn and stayed at night for several days. At noon, they arrived in front of a huge forest that covered the sky. The caravan stopped. Zhong Xiaohua opened her eyes and asked, Senior brother Lu, have we arrived at the Yulan Canyon? Lu Chaoxian nodded and said, according to the schedule, we should have arrived at the destination. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and asked, I have a question to ask. Junior brother Ren, please say it. When we enter the Yulan Canyon, we still have to rely on junior brother Ren. You're so polite, how do you want me to deal with it? Zhong Xiaohua stopped and said bluntly, when we were at the Tianmu Peak, I heard senior brother Bai Huan say that because the restriction of the Yulan Canyon was opened in advance, the time of the Yulan dusk refinement was also earlier. That is to say, when the Tuoden Hall notified us at the Tianmu Peak, we could already enter the canyon. But why did we still have to wait for several days after we arrived at the Baiyu Peak? If we didn't wait for a few days and directly went to the Dragon Head Peak to meet the outer disciples, wouldn't it be convenient? Lu Chaoxian said curiously, didn't you tell junior brother Ren before? There is an order to enter the canyon. First is the inner disciples, then the ordinary disciples of the other halls. It's useless for us to come early. Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua was even more surprised. I naturally know that there is an order to enter the canyon. But, I don't understand. The inner disciples will enter first, and we will line up later. Why do we have to wait? Lu Chaoxian came to a realization and said, I understand. Junior brother Ren, it seems that you still don't know why this trial is called Yulan Dusk Refinement, right? -3. Chapter 611. Zhong Xiaohua was embarrassed and said, I really don't know. Please enlighten me, senior brother Lu. Lu Chaoxian smiled and said, Junior brother Ren, it's normal that you don't know. In fact, this Yulan Dusk Refinement, Yulan, needless to say, is precisely the Yulan Grand Canyon. Refinement definitely means training. The key is the word dusk. Dusk. Zhong Xiaohua scratched his head and asked, isn't it the word dusk? Could it be that we can only train at dusk? It is the word dusk, but not at dusk, but, before Lu Chaoxian could finish his words, Zhong Xiaohua's eyes flashed and he exclaimed, oh, I understand now. I've been asking for half a day, and it turns out that this is the reason. Lu Chaoxian gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, Junior brother Ren is really a smart person. I haven't said anything, but you already know. Then, without caring whether Zhong Xiaohua understood or not, he continued, the word dusk is exactly what junior brother Ren thought. Only at dusk can we enter the Yulan Grand Canyon to train. In other words, we can only enter the canyon during the 2 hours of dusk. So, think about it, if the inner disciples and hall disciples of the incense religion all gather here, it's impossible for them all to enter. So, we arranged for all the disciples to enter the Yulan Grand Canyon at different times. Zhong Xiaohua added. Haha, that's right. Generally speaking, the first to enter are the inner disciples. I reckon that when we were at the White Mountain Peak or Tianmu Peak, they had already entered. Oh. Zhong Xiaohua responded and stood up on the carriage. How the inner and outer disciples entered the Yulan Grand Canyon and how they went through the trial had nothing to do with him. He only wanted to pick some spirit grasses and deal with the unlucky atonement that fell on his head. After all, he had only been here for a short period of time and didn't know anything. There was no need for him to care too much about irrelevant things. The caravan stopped in front of the deep forest and didn't move. Zhong Xiaohua looked around and saw that there was some fog in the forest. It was blurry and she couldn't see what was inside. She released her divine sense and found nothing unusual within 100 feet. After a long while, the carriage still quietly stopped there. The disciples of Wuming Hall all went to the front and gathered together, waiting quietly. Zhong Xiaohua was surprised and asked, "Senior Marshal Brother Lu, why haven't you left yet? It's almost afternoon. If we didn't hurry to the entrance of the Yulan Grand Canyon, how could we enter the canyon in 2 hours?" Lu Chaoxian looked as if he was seeing Zhong Xiaohua for the first time. He looked at her in amazement and asked, "Junior Brother Ren, after you came to the Yulan Grand Canyon, didn't you ask the senior marshal brothers who had participated in the Yulan evening refinement about the situation here?" Zhong Xiaohua scratched her head and said, "Since I was going to come here with the senior marshal brothers, I would have asked them on the way. In any case, I have the virtue of not being ashamed to ask." "Haha, Junior Brother Ren is really strong." Lu Chaoxian once again gave her a thumbs up and said, "When we received the order to enter the Yulan evening refinement, we were both surprised and happy. Surprised because there might be a life-threatening situation here, and happy because if we returned safely, there would be a rich reward. But who could be as calm as Junior Brother Ren? Well, maybe it's because Junior Brother Ren's martial arts are superb, so he is unusually confident in himself." Zhong Xiaohua scratched her head again and said embarrassedly, Am I that outstanding?" "Ha ha ha." Lu Chaoxian's face was painful as he tried to hold back his smile. His body was also steady as he said, "Yes, that's right. Junior Brother Ren is a peerless figure second only to Senior Marshal Brother Lu Lihong." This time, it was Zhong Xiaohua's turn to stabilize his body. He pinched his chin and secretly said, Am I not as good as Lu Lihong?" Then, Lu Chaoxian pointed to the endless deep forest and said, "Junior Brother Ren needs to know that this forest is the entrance to the Yulan Grand Canyon. Normally, this forest can't be seen clearly. Only during the Yulan evening refinement every 5 years can the outline of this forest be seen. When the refinement is ready, the fog in this forest will dissipate. Junior Marshal Brother, just wait. At dusk, something will happen. At that time, you will know how to enter the deep forest." Seeing Lu Chaoxian's somewhat hesitant appearance, Zhong Xiaohua said with a smile, "Okay, then I will sit here and wait to watch the fun." Finished speaking, she sat cross-legged on the carriage and ignored everything else, concentrating on her cultivation. After a long time, the sun gradually moved to the west and gradually set. When it landed on the west mountain, a ray of sunlight shone on the forest. The originally misty forest gradually became clear. The endless fog was like a whale swallowing water, disappearing into the depths of the forest. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua, even without using her divine sense, could clearly see that this was a huge array. At this time, the sunlight shone on an unknown place. A multicolored brilliance projected on the ground in the middle of the forest, forming a winding passage. The Wuming Hall's disciples moved, and the Dan Sprouting Hall's team also moved. Only to hear the Dan Sprouting Hall's disciple in the front shouting, "Junior Marshal Brothers, hurry up and move forward." Presumably, everyone knows that this passage will only last for an hour. After that time, it will disappear and the fog will reappear. The disciples who didn't pass through will have to stay in the dense forest. Everyone, please be nimble. Just like before, if there is a problem with the carriage, quickly get on the nearest carriage. Damn Tilda. When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, he immediately understood why all the disciples were squeezing to the front when they were queuing up, and those who had followed him earlier and then followed the other 3 Arhats had all inserted their carriages in front of him. It turned out that the order and time to enter the deep forest had such a harsh requirement. Looking at the pale faces of the disciples in the back, Zhong Xiaohua smiled at Lu Chaoxian and said, "Since the 2 of us are the leaders of the 8 senior marshal brothers, then our awareness should be better than theirs. Let their 4 carriages go in front of us, and we go last. What do you think?" This. Lu Chaoxian's mouth was somewhat bitter. He secretly said, "What is wrong with Junior Brother Ren? The leader's carriage is always at the front, how can you?" However, since Zhong Xiaohua had already said that after entering the Yulan Grand Canyon, his safety would depend on him, how could he not listen to him at this time? Thus, he awkwardly smiled and said, of course, since I am the leader, Naturally I should have this awareness. Then, he said to the disciples in the 4 carriages behind, "Did you hear that? Junior brother Ren is so righteous. He let you go first, why don't you hurry up and move to the front?" The 8 disciples had never dreamed of such a good thing. Their faces were filled with joy as they hurriedly cupped their hands. "Many thanks, Junior brother Ren. Many thanks, Senior brother Lu." Zhong Xiaohua, who was standing on the carriage, felt strange. Isn't it just a distance of 4 carriages? How much time can it delay? Why are they so afraid? He didn't know that when people in the world encounter something that they are afraid of, they don't want to stay with it for even a moment. Not to mention 100 feet, even 100 feet would make them feel uneasy. Only when they are far away would they feel at ease. The distance between the 4 carriages was not far, but in their hearts, it was an insurmountable distance. In particular, with Zhong Xiaohua, a person with strong martial arts, behind them, their hearts were more secure. While they were talking, the carriages had already slowly moved forward. However, at this time, the disciples of Wuming Hall were not guarding the sides of the carriages like when they came. Instead, they were all walking in front of the carriages, riding their horses slowly. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua felt strange again. He was about to ask, but when his eyes fell on the ground, he suddenly understood. He saw that the colorful light path was only the width of 2 carriages. It was more than enough for 1 carriage to travel on it. If 1 or 2 horses were added, it would be a little crowded. Presumably, it was dangerous outside the light path, so the outer disciples led the way. The carriages moved quietly in the deep forest, not daring to make any strange sounds. The surroundings were quiet. Zhong Xiaohua still stood on the last carriage, allowing Lu Chaoxian to drive the carriage and follow the carriages. He was frowning all the time. He always felt that there was something unusual here. Perhaps it was depression, or perhaps it was palpitations. He could not explain it clearly. But when he released his divine sense to explore the surrounding dozens of feet, he did not find anything unusual. Even the brilliance on the ground was ordinary. It was just the reflection of the sunlight. There was no fluctuation of primordial qi. Everything was very normal. Zhong Xiaohua looked back. It was also empty behind him. Only the colorful light path was far behind him, leading to the gradually deep forest. Suddenly, the carriage in front of him started to shake as if it was carrying a stone. The creaking sound spread far and wide in the silent forest. Zhong Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to understand why he felt different. In this deep forest, there was no sound of birds chirping. Putong, putong. Zhong Xiaohua's heart beat violently. Of course, which forest did not have birds and insects that could chirp? This forest was so big and there were so many trees. How could there not be these things? But why aren't they barking? Also, before he entered the forest, he didn't hear any birds chirping, right? Zhong Xiaohua didn't know. The forest was just as Zhong Xiaohua had thought. It was a formation in the first place, and the path of light was a passageway through the formation. Regular people would not necessarily be able to sense anything if they strutted through it. Even the disciples of the fragrant cult would feel some fear when they learned of the dangers inside, but that was only a psychological effect. Zhong Xiaohua was different. She was a qi practitioner from the Path of Immortals, so she had some understanding of formations as well. Coupled with the assistance of the senses of the soul, she was more sensitive to formations than regular people. It was very easy for her to sense the pressure and danger in the formation, so she felt more pressure than regular people. -3. Chapter 612. The carriages of the pill-expanding hall quietly moved forward along the path of light. They did not dare to waste any time as they were afraid of being left behind in this deathly silent forest. It was strange that no one had seen anything wrong with their carriages since they had come down from Tianmu Peak. However, at this critical juncture, something had gone wrong. Just as Zhong Xiaohua released her divine sense to observe the forest, she suddenly heard a crunching sound followed by a flurry of panic. Zhong Xiaohua was standing at a high spot. He lifted his head and saw that it was a carriage from Tianmu Peak. For some reason, the axle of the carriage had broken and the entire carriage had fallen to the ground. Seeing that it could no longer move forward, the disciples behind it also stopped. The disciples at the back immediately jumped down from their carriages. Without saying a word, they hurried to the front of the collapsed carriage and helped the disciples who were driving the carriage to pull the disciples out. At this moment, the horse that was standing quietly suddenly pricked up its ears. With a lee-lee-lee sound, it began to gallop towards the forest at the side. At this moment, 3 disciples had just helped the disciples out of the carriage when the broken carriage was being dragged by the galloping horse towards the forest at the side. The 4 disciples were quick to react and quickly dodged to the side. They saw the horse dragging the broken carriage into the forest. However, the forest was filled with huge trees and it was very dense. How could there be enough space for the carriage to move forward? Moreover, the horse seemed to be panicking when it saw the carriage. It did not choose the right path. After galloping for about 10 feet, the carriage that it was pulling crashed into a huge tree. The carriage was in a mess and the jade box in the carriage was also scattered on the ground. At first, Zhong Xiaohua released her divine sense to follow the carriage. But the horse was running normally and the trees were real. She could not see anything different. When the carriage dispersed, her divine sense could no longer follow and she could only use her eyes to observe. She saw the horse neighing and galloping into the depths of the forest. After a turn, it disappeared. At first, she could still hear the sound of the horse's hooves, but gradually, there was no movement at all. Just as the horse neighed, the other horses that were pulling the carriages also responded. Fortunately, the disciples who were driving the carriages seemed to have expected this and each of them pulled on the reins. Many disciples even jumped off the carriages and pressed their hands on the backs of the horses. Only when the horse disappeared into the forest did the other horses in the carriages calm down. Zhong Xiaohua's carriage was the same. However, Lu Chaoxian had some strength. With a pull of his arms, he stopped the eager horse from moving. Zhong Xiaohua stood firmly on the carriage and pulled her gaze back from the depths of the forest. This process was not long but also not short. However, during this time, there was no movement in the forest. Several disciples stared blankly at the depths of the forest. It seemed that they did not expect such a thing to happen. At this moment, a loud shout came from the front. "What are you waiting for? The carriage is broken. There is no need to clean it up. Hurry up and get on the carriage at the back. It's almost time." The stunned disciple seemed to have awoken from a dream and hurriedly jumped onto the carriage at the back and urged the horse to move forward. Thus, the entire group of carriages began to move again. However, this time, everyone's hearts were filled with dread and caution. Zhong Xiaohua sat down and asked softly, "Senior brother Lu, is there any secret in this forest? Why can't I see a bird chirping? I can't even see a squirrel. I remember when I was young, there were these in the small forest near my home. Every time I went there, it was very lively." Shatilda Lu Chaoxian signaled and said softly, "When we came out, the senior brothers told us not to talk about anything in the forest here. Be careful not to be heard by the forest. Didn't you see that horse? It went crazy for no reason. Who knows what it saw?" This. Zhong Xiaohua tactfully shut her mouth. This forest seemed to be very deep. After walking for nearly 2 hours, they still could not see the end. Zhong Xiaohua did not know what the other disciples felt, but she had already faintly felt a kind of aura in the forest. "Hey, what is this?" Zhong Xiaohua frowned. The array in this forest was not the same as the array in Dianqi Lake. It had a feeling of the black fog in the mysterious cave. Is there really something in this forest that cannot be done? Or is the array in the forest about to be activated a precursor? While she was thinking, there was a commotion in the front workshop. Zhong Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Is there any change? When she hurriedly stood up to take a look, sure enough, the Wuming Hall disciple who was walking at the front no longer moved slowly. Instead, he raised the whip high and whipped the horse's butt. The horse neighed and rushed forward quickly. Seeing this, Lu Chaoxian was also shocked. He hurriedly said, "Oh, Didn't you say that horses are not allowed in this forest? Why did they? While they were talking, the carriages in front no longer moved slowly. The disciples driving the carriages pulled on the reins, and the carriages sped forward quickly along the light path. The disciples behind also panicked, and rushed forward in a flurry. Although Lu Chaoxian was surprised, he did not dare to fall behind and followed closely behind. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua knew what had happened. She hurriedly looked around and saw some white fog faintly appearing in the depths of the forest. When she looked at the ground, her heart skipped a beat. Of course, the brilliance on the ground had scattered and almost disappeared. No wonder everyone was panicking. Seeing the white fog gradually shrouding over, a light appeared in front of the fading light path. It was the exit of the forest. Everyone was overjoyed, and they threw all the instructions and precautions to the back of their minds, and they just drove the carriage forward with all their might. Zhong Xiaohua sat in the carriage and let Lu Chaoxian drive the carriage. She frowned tightly. Although her divine awareness could not reach far, she also felt that the chi of heaven and earth around her had undergone a great change. It seemed that the tactical formation in the forest was being activated. Seeing the exit was near, the Wuming Hall outer core disciples went out first, and the carriages of the pill-expanding hall also rushed out one by one. However, right at this moment, a strange change occurred. The last carriage that Zhong Xiaohua was in suddenly jolted. The horse that was driving the carriage also let out a long neigh. There was a trace of blood in its eyes as it ran out of its normal path and rushed headlong into the forest. Lu Chaoxian, who was driving the carriage, was shocked. He tried to pull the horse with both arms. Unfortunately, although he had some strength, he was no match for a galloping horse. The whole carriage immediately rushed into the dense forest. At this moment, all the disciples in front were desperately rushing forward. Who would notice them? Zhong Xiaohua was also shocked. He had the strength to pull the horse, but the carriage was about to rush into the dense forest. Moreover, in her divine awareness, the tactical formation was about to effect here. It was too late to save the carriage. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua did not think carefully. She stretched out her hand and grabbed Lu Chaoxian's collar. She did not see how he exerted his strength, but his body was pulled up from the carriage and flew to the carriage in front. Lu Chaoxian was trying his best to control the carriage. He had already lost his previous strength. Suddenly, he felt a huge force pulling him forward. He did not know what to do. He did not even let go of the reins in his hand. He heard a low voice in his ear, "Quickly let go of the reins in your hand." Lu Chaoxian then came to his senses and quickly let go of his hand. He saw the trees in the forest flying behind him. It was as if he was riding on the clouds. It was much faster than sitting in the carriage. He could not help but have the impulse to rub his eyes. Was he dreaming? This was Qing Gong. Lu Chaoxian was just an ordinary disciple in Tianmu Peak. He was neither high nor low. His martial arts were also ordinary. He had only heard of Qing Gong but had not experienced it personally. Now that Zhong Xiaohua was holding it in her hand, how could he not be surprised? Zhong Xiaohua's imperial wind technique was so fast. Before Lu Chaoxian came to his senses, she had already fallen behind the carriage in front. At this moment, this was already the last carriage. It was rushing out of the foggy forest with a clang sound. Outside the forest, the leading disciple who came out earlier had already calmed down. He was staring at the carriages rushing out of the forest. He was counting something in his mouth. When he saw the last carriage rushing out, his face changed slightly. He shouted loudly, "Where are Lu Chaoxian and Ren Xiaoyaro? Aren't they in front of you?" Hearing this, the disciple driving the carriage then came to his senses. The disciples in the carriage were still in shock. They all looked back. Other than the foggy forest, there was only an empty area. They could not help but be at a loss. In a trembling voice, they said, Senior Brother Lu and Junior Brother Ren walked at the back for our safety." But, at this moment, facing them, the leading disciple's face showed an incredulous expression. He unconsciously raised his right hand and pointed at their carriage. You are actually fine?" The two people in the carriage were also surprised. When they looked back, they saw two people slowly climbing up from the back of the carriage. Weren't they Zhong Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian? The two disciples in the carriage were surprised and happy. They gradually stopped the carriage. They turned back and said gratefully, "Senior brother Lu, junior brother Ren, you are fine?" Zhong Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian jumped down from the carriage. They patted the dust on their bodies and smiled. "Do you want us to be fine?" No, it's just your carriage." The two disciples then realized that the last carriage of the team was missing. Needless to say, the carriage must have met with some mishap in the forest. The fact that the two of them were able to escape with their lives and hide in their carriage was all thanks to Zhong Xiaohua. The two of them couldn't help but rejoice that they were able to follow Zhong Xiaohua and treat Zhong Xiaohua as their leader. When the disciple leading the group saw that Zhong Xiaohua and Zhong Xian were safe and sound, and that only their carriage was damaged, he felt greatly relieved. He walked up to them, and just as he was about to say something, a furious roar sounded from behind. "Who is it? Who told you to rush out of the forest like this?" -3. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.